काय हिच्याकडे दिले कॅश हिच्याकडनं घ्या मग मी ते 10 त्यांना कॅश दे आणि 14 मी तुम्हाला जीपे करायला सांगते नीलला.
So, well, people, good afternoon and welcome to the day 3 training program calls. I believe everybody settled down in their workplace and my audio is also clearly reaching to you. Can somebody gives me a heads up?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Prabha. Yes, Prabha. So much. Yeah, so as we discussed, we are going to start with our topic called data summarization and analysis. So before proceeding further with day 2, is there any doubts or queries from anybody? All right. So kindly go to our sample case studies folder. There is a file called data analysis. So I request everyone, please open that file, data analysis. And the moment you open that file, you'll be finding a comprehensive data like this. It's a huge data, you can say. Okay. So kindly confirm the same sheet on screen. So wait for yes in the chat box. If anybody's mic is on, please keep it on mute. If you have any queries, feel free to ask by unmuting yourself. But again, I request you ensure all the time your mic is on mute so that it should not distract others or it should not disturb the harmony of our training program. All right, so fine then. Thank you so much for your responses, people. And now let me first take you through the data, what we have with us. Let us put it in a story format so that everybody can connect with the data and what is the objective you are going to understand and we can work together. So take a situation. My boss called me and he asked me that, Prabhas, the reports, whatever we are sending it to the management, it seems like we are sending as it is numbers over there. People are not happy watching our presentation. This is what my boss is saying. On the immediate moment, I stepped into office. And what he's up to now, he is telling, let's do something different this time. So do one thing. Get me last 3 years revenue data from SAP system. So I gave the respective T codes in my SAP system and I generated near about a 1 lakh line item of data of last 3 years revenue data. It comes like this. So this is last 3 years revenue data of an organization called Tata Motors. Say we are the part of Tata Motors organization. Okay. And now the 1 lakh records, it comes like customer name, product type, the segment, different segments of the cars, and product description. These are the products Tata is manufacturing. Then salespersons engaged to generate the revenue on behalf of the organization. Regions, these are the different regions the cars are being exported. Order date is nothing but the billing date or invoice date, you can say. Sales in terms of US dollar, we are making the billing in terms of dollar, or you can consider INR, no issues. Year of incurrence of sale, month, quarter, and intermediate channel partners, depending the entire data is over here. Now, having said this data, and when I presented my same to my boss is not quite happy. And what is saying to us, this is a huge data, it is of no use for me, keep it with you. What I want is just get me a simple summary out of this. What is that? Product wise, last 3 years, whatever the revenue we have generated, my boss wants to see a simple report on that. Okay. So one thing, if you see, we have a huge data, but boss is expecting a summary presentation or a crisp presentation or a tabular data, something out of this. So whenever we have a huge data, we want to prepare as a summary, we have got a data summarizing tool called pivot table or pivot table, anything you can call, no issues. And we know up to some extent we have been also working within pivot table day in, day out, no doubt about it. But the question is whether my data is ready for pivot table. We never ask such kind of questions to ourselves. Immediately by looking at the huge data, we jump into the solutions called pivot. But this is the first mistake what we commit. So we are not going to commit that mistake anymore. So the first thing first, whenever you look at your data, if you want to prepare a pivot table, you must satisfy three validation rules. Rule number one, you must have a column header. Any data, whatever you are downloading, receiving, or somebody has sent it across to you, you must ensure that each and every column they have a header. If the column doesn't have the header, you need to define it manually. Column 1, column 2, and so on. Now, no column header name should be duplicate. No column name should be duplicate. Like if I want to retain customer 2 times, I can retain customer, no problem. But the customer name should not be column header name should not be the same. You can retain name as column 1, column 2, or customer 1, customer 2. So column header name has to be unique. This is the first rule. Rule number 2, the amount of data, whatever we have captured, there should not be a single cell as blank. Like how will I confirm whether my data contains the blank or not? If you remember, in day 2, we discussed something about data clean 1. We can select our data. We can go for Control G for go to or special dialog box will appear. You can click on the special and you can choose blanks. And when you click OK, what is the message I'm getting? No cells were found. So it's a pretty simple message. In my data, there is no blanks at all. And if blanks were there, those blank cells would have been already selected and we would have done some replacement treatments, 0, hyphen, nil, not available, whatever it is. That's what we learned in our day 2 also. So rule number 2, there should not be any blank cells inside the data range. Rule number 3, it says that whatever the data you have got it, no column should have the merged data. Because most of the time, what is the ideal practice we have? We consider 5 to 6 cells and we just merge them and we define a header. See, that is meant for display, not for the calculations, because most of our Excel functionalities doesn't read our merge data. So one thing you can just make a thumb rule whenever you want to go for some calculations, formulas, functions, pivot, or anything, avoid using the merge data. So these are the 3 rules, very essential whenever you go for pivot. Okay, so now our data is satisfied with all these 3 rules, no doubt about it. Now, step 2. As I told you, whenever you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there are 2 areas you will be always be finding the trouble. What are they? Numbers should be in number column, date should not be in date column. All these problems we have faced already in data clean 2, if you remember. So those things again we need to ensure the columns are there compliant with the respective formats. So the first thing first, going to our order date, keep your cursor in the first date value of our order date and select the rest and check whether my date column is containing the dates in proper date format. How to check that? Yesterday I told you to convert any format to date format. What was the keyboard shortcut? Anybody? To convert any format of the cell to date format, what is the keyboard shortcut?
Control 5.
No. Control Shift 3, the hash key. We have already discussed in our EDATE formula in day 1. Again, we discussed in day 2 also when we have gone for our data clean 2. So Control Shift 3. Yes, Chandrasekhar, that's a good one. Control Shift 3. Now let's go and apply the same. Control Shift 3. Are you getting the data converted into a proper readable format? Yes. So it is changing. So it's a confirmation message. Our date is there in proper date format. That's why these changes are happening. Now, date column complied with date format, confirmed. Now going to the sales USD column, billing column. It is containing the data in numbers, right? So keep your cursor in the first billing value, select the rest. And I told you to convert any format to number format. What is the keyboard shortcut?
Control Shift 1.
Very good. So go for application control shift 1. And do you see the numbers are changing into a proper number format, having a decimals in place, post decimal 2 characters, and before decimal comma separator appearing? Yes, all these things are happening. So it's again a simple message for us. Our data, the number column is there in proper number format. And if you do not want those decimals, you can go to decrease decimal from home tab, decrease decimals. You can go for this over here and you can tap twice. So all these things we have checked. So first 2 to 3 minutes is very, very essential, people, to spend time on your data to understand the data is there in proper format or not. Then rest of time you don't need to go be worried about, because this is what the people don't spend time, and later while creating the pivot they face a lot of challenges. But we have made our approach over here. This is how we have to always develop the practice. Whenever you receive the data, first thing first, check all these things. Then you go for pivot. All right. So I believe everybody is clear so far. Good to go. Whatever we discussed, any doubt, any queries?
No, Prabhas.
Great. Now I'm just going to take you through some problem in this data. See on my screen. If you look at our order date and month, can you see some challenge? Can you see some difference? Can you see some problem?
There is a mismatch.
Yep. So in this case, do you think that it's really possible to have the data like this? Month is there of December and order date is of January. Technically, it is not possible, but it is there. So there is some problem in our data. So month column is not properly captured. So how to get that? We have discussed in our day one, how to extract a month from a date. Anybody? How to extract a month from a date? Same e-date formula. If you remember, we have extracted our day, we have extracted month, we have extracted year. That's what I told. That's what I was afraid of, people. And I have told several times. Please practice well, because all these things we are going to discuss. Yes, Chandrasekhar, that's a good one.
Text.
Yes, we go for text formula. So going to text over here, going for order date, comma. Within two double inverted comma, you can go for M 4 times to get the complete string of the month. If you go for 3 M's, it will be giving only first 3 character of the month. Depends. Now, bracket close, formula is ready, and it is going to give me the exact month name over here. And the same I can apply for the rest. So this is what our text formula we have applied in our month column, and we got the result. So please confirm everybody has got their month column rectified with the text formula.
Text F5.
Hope it is working. Can you please confirm your data is rectified?
Yes, Prabhas.
Yes, sir.
Great. Now, once we have done with this, our data is ready for the next level. So kindly keep your cursor anywhere in the data, and go to insert. The very first option you do have naming called pivot table. So I request not to navigate this pivot table and keep looking for the option. If you're in Office 365, just go for the icon. So this is called your icon over here. This is called your icon. So click on this icon. Don't click the navigation button. So there are two halves of this icon. So go for the first one. And when you go for this with immediate effect, this is going to give you a dialog box like this, where the entire range is taken over here in the table range. We are not selecting that. That's the beauty. Now it is asking me, choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed. By default, new worksheet. It's always better to go for new worksheet so that you can make your presentation neat and clean. And the moment when you go and click OK over here,
K 580.
now once you go for it, you can notice there's an option also over here. Add this data to the data model. So some organizations by default the checkbox it will be activated, it will be on. So ensure that this checkbox is always in deactivate state. If it is on, then you have to manually deactivate it. So having all these things in table, now go and click OK. And the moment you see in your screen, immediately you will be having a blank worksheet is generated over there. And this is the place where you could see towards your left side, a sketch is ready. And this is the place where you are going to get your pivot table generated. And in this area, you need to see that one thing, there is a slight shade gray color. One option is written called pivot table 1. So here it is a message for us. Whatever the pivot table you create, they have their own unique names. And towards our right side, if you see, there is an option over here. You can notice what's that. If I go for this over here, this is what the box we do have. This is the place where your pivot is going to, your pivot fields are listed over here. You can see. And towards your right side, you have got small boxes kind of structures. This is called pivot table area. So this is pivot table field list box. This is pivot area. So we have only one option left now. Only the taking the fields we have to drag and drop, drag and drop, drag and drop. This is the only action we need to initiate. Okay. But the problem is if you look at my layout and your layout, the layout is not matching. Can you see that?
Yes, Prabhas.
Right. Now, if you look at which layout is giving you more space to work with, yours or mine? More space in the sense you can see I can have n number of fields to accommodate in my first column. And I could exactly get all the field headers, field areas to see, and I can immediately drag and drop also. So definitely if you compare, this layout is comparatively better than the earlier layout what you have with you. So let's have our page in the equal page. How to bring the same layout? Let's have a discussion. There is a settings tab over here. You can see if you go to settings tab, this is called our gear button. There is an option called field section and area section side by side. Just go and check this. This is just a one-time job. If you see, when you click, you will be getting the similar layout like me. Can you confirm? Are you getting the similar? Right, people? So this is a one-time job you need to do. You don't need to repeatedly every time you need to do that. But this is the layout which will be giving many more columns. If you even if you have, you can have a list completely shown or displayed on the screen. Okay. Now coming to the next, we have understood we need to go for drag and drop. But when I drag it, where to drop? I have got 4 areas, right? So in that case, we need to also follow a rule. What is the rule says? That whichever the field you take it over here from this, if it is containing a number, then you must populate in the value field area. Like you can see a sigma value option is there. So it's a simple message. If you bring the number field over here, you can play around with your formula functions like sum, count, average, product, minimum, maximum. All these things you can do only if you bring it over here. So now, if you recall the report, what my boss was expecting is nothing but last 3 years revenue data. So revenue data is nothing but my billing column. My billing column is sales USD, and that one is definitely containing numbers. Yes, I must retain the same over here in the value field area. So let's go and bring it our sales USD over here to the value field area. We got that. Now last 3 years revenue. Okay, we have got year field also, no problem. So the same we can bring it over here to the columns. And why to columns? Why not rows? You can bring it to rows also if you up to it is up to you. There is no hard and fast rule. But yes, if you bring it to the rows, what is going to happen over here? you'll be getting the entire year data into 3 rows. So suppose say I'm taking into rows over here, I'll be getting entire 3 years in 3 different rows, right? Now, since we have something else also to provide, it's better to get year into the columns and the product description, whatever the products we are producing, those things to the rows. So immediately you will be finding a beautiful pivot table is ready and having the total of 3199253. So kindly confirm everybody has got the same pivot table. Anybody is facing any challenge, any trouble, any queries? Feel free to ask before proceeding further.
No, sir.
Great. So, Sonu, is it clear? Sonu Sekhar?
Prabhas,
Yep.
yes, great. Actually, here that month-wise, the month and all, it is not showing in the your table. It is fine, huh?
No, month we are not yet defining over here. We have not nowhere defined the month. We have just taken year, product description, and sales USD, 3 fields.
Okay, so I mean, if you drag and drop the month also, then it will show it in the it will show in the pivot
Yeah,
table, right?
if you want, you can bring it up. So that will see
Okay.
separately the treatments. Don't worry. But right now, my question is,
Okay.
if everybody is clear getting the same pivot table on their respective screen. That's what I need you to confirm.
Yes, sir.
Right. Sudha, how is the status?
I'm a little lost, Prabhas. I won't shy away. I will have to relook at the whole thing once.
No problem. You can share your screen. If you do not mind, I can guide you quickly.
No, I'm not. I've actually not. I've joined in late today as well. So I think I missed some things. I'll listen and from the next concept, probably I'll start working with you. I've
No
really
problem.
not done it.
No, 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 no. Don't do that. Let me help you out. 2 minutes it will take. Everything will be fine. You just share your screen if you do not mind.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yep.
एक minute.
Yes. We'll just discuss people, those who are facing the trouble. I am just taking Sudha's screen to explain her. So in the meantime, you can also cross-check what are the things lacking with you can parallelly work. Okay.
So
So
I
here are
did
the
till the month with you.
okay,
Pivot ka, I think I missed how to go about it. So I'm just here right
fine.
now.
Fine. So no problem. Those things what you have missed out, it's just a theoretical part. You can
Mhm.
follow the recordings.
Yeah.
So I'm just taking the practical technical parts, whatever the missing. So you are good to go with our data, not a issue. Just keep your cursor anywhere in the data set, anywhere.
Okay.
And now you take it to the insert, go to the insert menu.
Okay.
The very first option you have pivot table from the
Right.
left. Yeah,
Hmm.
click on that, please. And it will take you to a dialog box. Okay. So you have shared your window. That's what I told you. You should have shared me the entire screen or the desktop. Anyway,
Okay, I'll do that again. I'll
no
do that
problem.
again. Give me a minute.
Okay, okay, please do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go to your Excel. That's fine. You go to insert pivot table. Yes, now perfectly all right. Now everything is fine. You don't need to do any changes. Directly go and
Correct.
click OK.
Yes.
Now you could see towards your right side, the
Mm.
space, whatever it is there, it is not sufficient to see all the fields at once. That's why you can see there is a gear button in the right corner, top right corner, there is a gear button.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, click on that and go for the second option, fields, items and sets. Yep.
Okay. Mm.
Now, once you have this, automatically, this is the layout we are also working with. Now bring your sales USD column to the value area, the fourth one. Okay. Now take year to the columns, year to the columns, and product descriptions to the rows. Yeah. So this is what we have created. Okay.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
rest of things you can follow from my screen. Anybody
Thanks, Prabhat.
else? Yeah, no problem, Sudha. It's my pleasure. So anybody else is facing the trouble, people, or it is rectified during the process what we discussed with Sudha's screen?
Mm,
Somebody else was having
Prabhas,
the
it is
trouble? Yeah, Priyanka.
Prabhas,
Yes, Priyanka.
it is rectified, but I want to see your screen once so
Okay.
I can match the values.
Okay, no problem. 3199253.
Yes.
Right. Fine then. So friends, we are in the equal page now. So let's carry out for the further what exactly we need to do. So once we got our pivot ready, so the entire 3 years data now we have summarized in a beautiful presentations we have made, but this data is not ready for dispatch. Why? The reason is whatever the pivot table we have created, the look and feel is not so great. As I told you in day one, day two, you should care for your presentations also, right? So now let us keep our cursor in the pivot table anywhere. And you can notice on your ribbon tab, extreme right, there is a design button activated. I'm highlighting, you can also cross check. Is it there? Design button, right? And one more button is also activated immediate left to the design called pivot table analyze. So for some cases, those who are having 2016, 2019 or 2013, the name would be analyze. Could be the case. But in Office 365 2021, you may be having the name called Pivot Table Analyze. So when I go to my Pivot Table Analyze, you have to focus with your Analyze tab. That's the only difference. Options remains the same. Only thing is the name of the tab will be different. Don't be worried about it. Okay. So first, let us go and activate our design button. And there you see many more pivot table styles are available. Go for more style. So this is our more button. You can go for the more style. Okay. And it again opens up with light, medium and dark. If you remember the format as table option, what we discussed the similar pattern. And I told you in day one, day two as well, which options we should avail.
Light
Dark.
color.
Should go for dark ones. Should go for
Yeah.
Dark.
medium, right?
Yeah. Light or medium, not to choose the dark color because the more the dark color, again, file size will be more. We are pretty well aware of that. So now let's take a medium out of this. And the moment you click that with immediate effect, you'll be finding a beautiful, colorful applications is going to happen to your pivot table. Now it is somewhat looking great compared to the previous version, isn't it? So this is the first thing you should do. Now, step two. What we need to do is, please stay focused. What is the problem with our pivot table? No need to do anything. First, try to understand where is the problem. See, this Bolt, Genix Nano, and Jess, Tigger, Tiago, what are they? Yes, people.
Product.
These are our products, right? But what pivot table header is showing?
Row labels.
Actually, this is there we are having the field name called product description, but the same name is not appearing over here. And definitely this will be a trouble. People cannot understand Bolt is one of my product or it's an accessories or it's an inventory item, what exactly it is. Similarly, this 2014, 2015 and 2016, if you talk about what are they? They are my years. But the field name, if you see, it is showing column labels. So same year field name also it is not populating over here. So this is what the first problem in our pivot table. Whenever you create a pivot table, this is what by default it takes as row label and column label. So our job starts now. We need to name the exact field name to our row header and column headers. So how to give that? Here our experts, they will suggest you, Prabhas, don't worry, go and edit the field. Don't do that. Do not ever edit the pivot table fields manually because if you do so right now there will be no harm, you cannot find those impact, but tomorrow when you automate your reports with VBA command or macro command and there if you have by mistake or unknowingly edited the fields, rename the fields, your macro will stop, it will not go on further run. So this is the reason why I would always suggest not to change the pivot table fields manually. And then how to bring that? I'll tell you. Keep your cursor anywhere in the pivot table. Go to the design button again. And from the left side, third option deals with your report layout. Keeping the cursor in pivot, going to design. From the left side, third option, report layout. And if you navigate, there is an option called show in tabular form. And if you click that, can you see the same name immediately? It is going to appear over there on our screen, product description and year. Can you see that?
What do we click, Prabhas? Show in outline.
No, 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 no. Tabular outline. If you go for show in tabular form.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So I believe everybody is getting the same feel on their respective pivot tables, people. All right. So
Yes.
now, once we have the same, our data, though it is ready for next level, but as I told you, when you present your data as it is, nobody likes it. We have discussed in our day two. So what we need to do, we need to present our data in such a way it will tell the story to the people. So how to make our data efficient enough in such a way it will tell a beautiful story. So in our grand total column, keep your cursor in any of the cells. In the grand total column, keep your cursor in any of the cells, and there, go for right click upon the same. You will be finding a option called sort, and go for sort largest to smallest. And when you go for it with immediate effect, it will be turning up a beautiful story. What is that? From the entire product, from Indica, we have got the maximum revenue. And from Jest, we have got the least revenue. So anybody who is watching my data, even a layman also, he can understand what I'm trying to convey. And even if in my absence, people can read and understand what I'm trying to express over here. So this is how we have understood how to create our pivot table by satisfying all the rules, doing the necessary checks with the validation columns, preparing the pivot, doing the necessary formattings, then bringing up the necessary field names with the change layout options, and finally presenting the data in the format of a storytelling format. And this is what our pivot 1. So please rename the sheet as pivot 1. Okay, people. So any doubt in pivot 1, anybody, feel free to ask.
Ross, I have a query here.
Please ask.
Uh, to name the pivot table, see, working with multiple pivots, so we find sometimes missing out the identifying the tables where I have to give reference and all. So how to
Okay.
do that? Just can you just elaborate?
Yeah, see, each and every pivot table, they have their unique names. If you go for right click on pivot and from the bottom second one, pivot table options, you will be
Okay.
finding the pivot table name over here.
Oh, okay. This can be changed, right?
Yes, it can be changed. You can name your own pivot table XYZ, ABC, that is also fine. You can. But this is the place where you have to identify your pivot tables.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
welcome. Yes, people. So I believe everybody is clear and good to go with our pivot 1, whatever we did, right? Now, right click on pivot 1 sheet name. If you go for right click on pivot 1 sheet tab, you'll be finding a small pop-up like this, where is an option called move or copy. And if you go to move or copy, you'll be finding a dialog box appears where a create a copy checkbox option is not activated. You have to activate the same. And the moment you activate and click OK, with immediate effect, a new pivot table turns up. You can rename the same as pivot table number 2. Pivot table number 2. Okay. So pivot 2 is ready.
Can you repeat that, Prabhas?
Yep. Pivot 1, just right click on pivot 1 sheet tab, move or copy, and there is a dialog box appears, create a copy checkbox you need to activate. Then you need to click OK. So rename the field, you will be getting a new pivot table over here as pivot table number 2.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Arun, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, I'm following. Yeah.
Okay, great. Fine then. Sominand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Tanmay, good to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Fine then. Now, suppose say take an example. I am putting the data in a story format. Say our friend Rupali, she has presented the same to our friend, say Sudha. I'm taking two names. Is there any objection? Rupali and Sudha, for the story purpose, I'm taking your names. Is that okay?
Not at all.
No, no
Okay.
problem.
Okay. Thank you so much. So this is what our friend Rupali is presenting to Sudha, and Sudha is watching the data and she is appreciating the efforts what made by our friend Rupali. So Sudha is saying that, okay, Rupali, you have given me last 3 years revenue data in 3 columns and all the product details in the row area. So I'm able to analyze the data, and this pattern I really like the most. But you have given me only 3 years data. Now I want to go for some more deep dive analysis or macro level of analysis on the same. Now, what is the meaning by macro level of analysis or deep dive analysis? Let's have a discussion. See, when I go for this kind of data, 3 years data is there. That's fine. Now, what else I can do? I can go in depth. If I go for in deep, I can go and compare month wise also, correct? So that's called nothing but your deep dive analysis or macro level of analysis. So our friend Rupali, what she is going to do now? She has to check, do we have a field called month? Is it there? Yes, we do have. So only thing is we need to take it to the right field area. Now, when I take this month to the row area, you got a beautiful structure of pivot table. You can check it out, right? So please take month to the row area and see the report. Now, pivot table structure is changing, right? Now here one thing, remember people, each and every pivot table, they have their own unique story. So we need to understand what we are presenting, what kind of story it is going to throw to the or message to the it will throw to the audience, or what audience going to get out of this. We need to understand that first. So let's go and discuss and analyze the report. Sudha was asking last 3 years data. Rupali has presented. Done. Again, Sudha was asking for month-wise data. Rupali has presented that too. No problem. But if you look at the pivot table, in which column there is still the preference is more. In which column, if you look at, this is playing a primary role, is nothing but product description. Though month is there, month has become secondary. So here the report, if you look at what kind of message it is going to convey, last 3 years revenue data based on the products, then month wise analysis anybody can do. So month here it is playing a secondary role. But when Sudha was asking to Rupali, she has emphasized upon the month immediately. She has never expressed to get the data product description over here. So basically we have to change the priority or preference level. How? Instead of retaining the month in the secondary column over here, if you look at your row area, what is the first field we have? Product description. That you bring it below to the month and see the beauty. Immediately your pivot structure changes, and what exactly Sudha was expecting, Rupal is able to furnish the report. So this is how people simply interchanging the data, you could see your pivot is turning up with a different story altogether. So please confirm you got the same. Makes sense. As we were discussing, did you receive the results in the same fashion? Good. राजेश आप फॉलो कर रहे हैं?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. तो चलिए. Now, once we have made it over here, then Sudha's focus has gone to the data area. So Sudha is appreciating the job of Rupali, but now she's asking a question. Rupali, why there are so many blanks? So Rupali, what's your answer? If you
No
remember,
revenue.
yeah, if you
No
remember,
revenue happened.
yeah, if you remembered, we discussed 3 rules of our pivot, and the second rule was what? there should not be any blanks inside the data. And we confirmed also there was no blanks inside our source data anywhere. But still, our pivot is turning up with some blanks. It's a simple message. What is that? During that year, with regard to that month over here, and for that particular product, if you look at like Indica, Genex Nano, Sumo Gold, we have never raised a single invoice. When we do not have the invoice, then how pivot is going to create the data? So it's not necessary, it's not mandatory that pivot is going to hold each and every cell with the data. So this is what the situation. But now what is happening? This is what Rupali knows because she is dealing with the data, correct? But whomever she is going to send the data, they will be asking this kind of question. And Rupali has to keep explaining the same thing again and again and again she has to explain. Now fine, Rupali is giving a helping hand for the other people to understand. But when Rupali is immediately explaining all those things over there, this is a duplication of work, obviously. Now whose premium time is being wasted over there? Yes, friends, being an audience, whom you will just blame on this point? Is it the mistake of Rupali or is it the mistake of Sudha? She's asking unwanted questions. Come on, we are working as a team, right? So I'm just giving the example. One person is the person is looking for the data, other person is delivering the data, rest of people are audience. So this is now the audience question. Yes, people, whom you'll blame for the wastage of time, whom you'll blame for this?
Who will deliver the data?
Okay, so Chandrasekhar, what's your opinion? Whose mistake is in this?
I don't find any mistakes here because the data itself is not there. That's why it is not auto-populated. I believe so.
Right.
So according to me, before coming in for the meeting,
Uh-huh.
would it not be better if Sudha per se has given clearly what are the requirements rather than popping questions like
Okay,
that randomly,
okay. But
so
see,
that Rupali is better prepared?
right. So Sudha was not aware of all this situation is going to come, right? Now, once it happens to see, then only she realizes this is coming up.
So then in that case,
Wherever
then
blanks
Rupali
are
could have
there,
been
I
more
mean, we need.
proactive.
Right. So in this case, people, definitely it's the mistake of Rupali because boss is always right. There is no scope of blaming the boss at any point of time, isn't it? So if you ask me, I would say it's the mistake of Rupali. So what is the mistake of Rupali? Because she has given the opportunity by leaving the blanks as it is and making Sudha to ask the questions. So what we have understood from the entire story, whenever you come across pivot is carrying this kind of blanks, before dispatching the report, it is our duty to do the right treatment for those blank cells, and then only we can stop people asking unwanted questions. So what to be done in this case? Suppose say, take an example. If you remember in our day two, we discussed something about our data clean one. If you have errors in place, if you have blanks in place, you need to do the right treatment, isn't it? But here, find and replace is not going to work for us. Yes, that's true. Then what is the options we do have to handle all these blanks? So our people will tell you go for copy, paste special values, then go for find and replace. Do not ever go for this option because if you do copy paste special value, your pivot role is lost. So what's the best option? I'll tell you, simple. Just right click anywhere in pivot. Right click anywhere in pivot. From the bottom second one, you see pivot table options turns up, correct? So go to that option over here and you will be seeing a dialog box appears where for empty cells show a box is there. For empty cell show a box is there. You can click on this box and whatever you want a text as a replacement, you can type it. But I would suggest go for 0 since we are dealing with numbers. And the moment you go for 0, click OK, you will be finding with immediate effect all these blank cells, whatever we had replaced with 0. Is it happening? Right click, pivot table options from the bottom second one, and for empty cells show.
Yeah.
This is how we believe now how to do the right treatment for the blanks. Now, once our friend Rupali presented all these things, then what Sudha is asking the next question, I will tell you. Look at my screen, follow my audio. Sudha is watching all the products, and when she is reaching to the last product called Tiago, she is unable to find out which month that data belongs to or pertaining to. And she has to come back in the beginning or the first row item, then only she realizes this is belong to Jan month. So she is not comfortable reading the data in that way. And immediately she asked to Rupali, Rupali, why don't you do something with the month? So each and every cell should carry the month name. So whichever the product I am dealing with or working with, I could realize, okay, this is the data belong to this month. I don't need to go and navigate all the time to the top. So if that is the need, the basic simple operation in the month column, wherever the blanks are there, it has to be replaced with the respective month name. So in this case, if you remember our date, our day two, we have dealt with operations called data fill. So we have the stores details missing, if you remember, and then we have gone for a operation F5 special or control G special blanks, then equal to previous cell control enter. We have done a lot of operations over there, but here pivot it is not required. It's more even easy in pivot. See the beauty. You can keep your cursor anywhere in pivot table. Go to the same design tab. From the left, third option, report layout. And there, if you look at, there's an option called repeat all item labels. Repeat all item labels. And immediately you will be finding your month column is completely ready with having the applications of all those blank cells with the respective month names. Can you see that? Report layout, repeat all item labels from the design tab. Hope it works.
Yes, Prabha. So I have a question for us.
Please ask.
We have not per se selected the column, right? So when anywhere in the pivot, when we place the cell or click a cell and say report layout and repeat all item labels, how does it take up only the particular column, month
Yeah,
column?
because see, the columns will be definitely the data when you are populating, because that is what you should have understood if you have attended the day two training program. So I'll take you through immediately one thing over here. What we did one exercise yesterday, uh, if you look at over here, see, we had the data like this. If you look at my screen, I
Yeah.
have got the data city wise. These are the products I have sold to the customers, and this is the revenue I have made. Okay. Now, if I'm looking for only for vanilla powder, if I go for right click, filter and cell value, I'm getting only vanilla powder, but this is belong to which store that data is missing,
Hmm.
right? Why is it missing? Because we do not have the entire store detail name with the entire column. Okay, so definitely the column data only we have to add the data label. So column data will be missing only. This is the reason why pivot table is smart enough to understand where to repeat the data labels.
Okay.
And that is what we did. So when we go for our pivot operation, going to design, report layout, repeat all item labels. So this is called our item label. This is called our row
Hmm.
label. If you remember the first pivot table, what we created, it was
Yeah.
taking the name, row label, column label, it was showing like that, right? So
Correct. Yeah.
that's why it is a same implied message that this label only we have to repeat,
Okay.
right? Now, once we have done with our pivot table number two over here, people, what we discussed, is it clear? Working for everyone?
Yes.
Yep. So let me first have a quick check what we did in pivot two. We have taken our rows from this over here, the month one into the row area. Then we have gone for interchanging the fields. Then we have gone for design, taking the report layout, show in repeat all item labels. And we have just dealt with our blanks from the right click pivot table options and for empty cells show 0. over here. Now our data is ready. Now let us go for right click on pivot to sheet name over here, move or copy, create a copy, checkbox you can activate and click OK. Now over here, one more pivot turns up. You can rename the same as pivot table number 3. So pivot 3, let us have a discussion. What else we can do with regard to pivot?
Prabhas, can you tell me that how to make the copy? Right click.
Just simple right click on your sheet tab, pivot to sheet tab.
Okay.
You'll be getting move or copy.
Okay. So
Then you have to go for create a copy checkbox needs to
create
be
copy.
activated.
Sure, sure. Done.
Yeah.
Prabhas, one more thing.
Yeah.
How you can change this color, this worksheet name?
Yeah, simple right click, tab color, one option is there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Right. Now let us go and discuss in pivot table number 3 what else we can do. Now stay focused with the storyline. See, this is what our friend Rupali has presented to whom? Sudha. Sudha is watching the data. She is quite happy the way our friend Rupali has presented. And Sudha is appreciating the job. She is saying, Rupali, you have given me last 3 years revenue data and along with that month-wise details. It's pretty well. I could analyze the data properly, no problem. But I am done with product description. I am no more looking for the data product description. I'm looking for now customer-wise data to analyze in the same pattern. Only customer should be there, no product description. So if that is the need, then first thing first, whichever is unwanted data, product description, that checkbox you can deactivate first. Now what is the data C is looking for? Is the customer. Check. Do we have a field called customer? Yes, we do have. Now only thing is we need to take it to the right place. So customer, you take it to the row area. And the moment you take it, can you see this beautiful report turns up with the similar layout? Last 3 years data with regard to the months, but now no more product description, only customer wise data. So please confirm you got the same structure of the report.
Yes. So when I check the customer wala box, it directly went to rows automatically. So
It goes, but I would suggest always make a practice of drag and drop. See, that's what I told you. When you want to remove, just deactivate the checkbox. But when you want to populate the field, always
mm-hmm.
make a habit of drag and drop because every
Okay.
time it will not go to the respective fields.
Okay.
Sometimes it goes to the value, sometimes it will go to the rows. You may be need in column. So you
Mm-hmm.
have to make a practice for drag and drop manually. That's
Sure.
a better option. And this option, if you develop, that is also going to help you when you learn Power BI. Because in Power BI, when you go for the data visualization or the dashboards creations, you have to do a lot of drag and drop only. There's no much things over there.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I believe everybody is ready with the similar structure of pivot table. Now let us analyze this report. So look at your report, the same report you have. Who is our first customer, people?
Al-Hamid.
All of you are getting Al-Hamid Automobiles as the first customer. Please confirm.
Yes, Prabhas.
Right. Now let us analyze the report. Suppose say our friend Sudha is watching the data. She is looking for the customer data, Al Hamid Automobiles, so 2014, no business. Feb May, some business is there, that's fine, very good. But in March, again, Al Hamid Automobiles, no sign at all, so no business. April, no business. May, no business. June, also no business. In July, again, some business is there. Okay, like this, when she wants to analyze the data, she has to scroll down 12 times. Can you realize that? Right? So she is not comfortable doing the same. Nobody will be also. So in that situation, Immediately, our friend Sudha asked to Rupali, Rupali, this data is there, report is there, but it is not giving a comfort zone to work with. Why don't you do something with this report? When you open the file, the entire details should be there on the screen. I no need to scroll down a lot. I no need to navigate a lot. And immediately the entire information should be available. If that is the demand Sudha is placing over there, what Rupal is going to do? So how to present this report in an effective manner? Let's go and discuss. See, in our row area, month field is already there, right? Now do one thing. Take this month to the column area. And when you take this data to the column area, can you see a beautiful report turns up? The entire customer details we could see in the first column itself. Am I right?
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. But the problem is, can you realize how many columns we are landing up with?
12
Just see.
into 3, I think.
No, see the beauty. How much? Count 41 columns.
What
If
about?
I select my last row, 41 columns of data. Now, suppose say our friend Sudha has not seen that and she asked to Rupali, Rupali, will you come to me? Please get me a printout. So how Rupali is going to take a printout of 41 columns? Yes, Rupali?
Yes, not possible.
Definitely not. Nobody can do that. And even if you try hard to take this entire columns in one A4 sheet, the font size will not be in a readable format, and you have to again take that A4 sheet along with one hourglass, isn't it? Right. So this is how the people we are not supposed to present our data. Now we'll discuss how to present this data effectively. Let's go and discuss. Can you see in our column B, there is a 2014 one cell is there. Don't click any buttons over here. Just select the cell 2014 in column B. And you just go for right click upon the same. You will be finding a option called expand and collapse. Expand and collapse. Okay. And when you click on that expand and collapse, you will be finding an option collapse entire field. And when you go and click this collapse entire field, see the beauty. Immediately, the entire 3 years data just it will be transformed to three different columns and creating one radio button in the left. That is a plus symbol is called technically radio button. So any point of time, suppose our friend Sudha is asking for only 2016 records to be displayed. So Rupal is going to click on this plus symbol and only 2016 data is going to be expanded. So no unwanted data we are showing to the people, no unwanted questions are going to come up, and precisely we are making the presentation, people will be happy. And once the presentation is over, if you want to restore your data in the similar fashion, again click on that radio button, you will get your data back. So this is how people you can present your story in a beautiful format like this called expand and collapse button. And that's the story of our pivot 3. Any doubt, any queries, just check, is it working? Right, people? All clear? Any questions?
प्रभात सर एक्सपांड
Yeah.
एंड कोलैप्स के बाद कौन सा करना है एक्सपांड एंटायर फील्ड ना
नहीं, collapse entire field.
कोलैप्स जस्ट ओके सर थैंक यू
Right. So any other questions from this? All clear? Now we'll go for our right click on pivot 3 sheet name, move or copy, create a copy checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot turns up. You can rename the same as pivot table number 4. All right. Now let us see what else we can do with regard to pivot table. So what we created people, anybody's job that one, because it's a simple pivot feature. Anybody who is aware of this, he also can use this feature and present the data in a proper fashion, not an issue. So now the question demands how to make our presentation different from others. That's what I have been always been emphasizing upon. If you realize from day one, day two, this is what we have been focusing with. So you are ready now to answer what else we can do, people. Give me your some expert opinion on this. What else we can do to make it more even meaningful?
Presentation.
Okay, what kind of presentation? Could you please more precise?
Maybe we can include one chart, pivot chart.
Uh, Not necessary, Chandrasekhar. That's what we have never been discussed with. I told you,
Okay.
day one, day two, what you have learned. From that, you just precisely recall something. What else we can do?
The bar charts.
Bar charts like bar diagram. Yesterday we
Yeah.
discussed talking about the data bars.
Visualization.
Yeah,
Data,
data bar.
Visualization.
uh, data bars. If I go for data bars, where you are expecting me to apply the data bars in the grand total or in the year-wise totals? If I go for this in this fashion, home tab, since you are telling I'm applying immediately, do you think that this is going to add more value?
It doesn't look very
Yeah.
present.
All right. If you recall, in our day two, the last topic almost we are discussing about our different visualization styles, right? Like one is data bar, one is
Sparklines.
sparkline,
Sparkling.
yeah, and the other one is the icon sets, right? So those things can be added. As I told you, this is not going to occupy more of your space and it will be giving an immediate visual impressions. People will be loving to see that results, right? So let us go and do something on that. So first watch my screen, what I'm doing. 1 minute, please observe carefully. And next 1 minute, I'll be giving time for you to work around. Don't worry. First watch my screen. So as we discussed, first we'll go and create a column naming called visual. Now to give a feel of that column as an integrated pivot table property, the same formatting we need to apply, of course. So I have applied the same formatting over here. Now I will select my first customer's 3 years data and there I'll go for insert. In the sparkline, yesterday we discussed about column sparkline, if you recall, but today I'm going to take the line one. Okay. So when I go for the line sparkline, this is going to demand me where is the data? Data is already selected. Now, where is the location? Location, I'm going to define the visual column first cell. And when I go and click OK, I could see some kind of line graph kind of options is populated. But this is only for one customer, that is Al Hamid Automobiles. Now the same I am going to apply for others by simply dragging the options. And once I have that, as I told you, in our design or sparkline tab, there is an option called markers over here. We can check this markers. And when I go for this markers, with immediate effect, a beautiful story turns up. What's the story? When you go for Alhamid Automobiles, people love to see this column and only this column. Nobody is going to read your numbers to make out the story. So here it's so expressive. What is that? It is showing me that Alhamid Automobiles compared to last year volume is little bit down. No problem. There is no significant degrowth. But if you look at Arya Motors, it is giving a consistent growth. If you see the Arya Motors case, isn't it? Right? So if you go for Bavaria Motors, it is going drastically down. So it is a serious case. Why the business is down in case of Bavaria Motors, we need to check it out. And if you look at our Dalma Motors, also the same situation. But if you look at our Gurudev Motors, Kunos Motors, and Lexus Motors, they are showing consistent growth over here compared to last year. So this is how you will be making out your story and people will love to see that. So this is how people we have understood how to make our presentation more effective or more meaningful and giving some add-on to this data like this. So give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know. So first create a column naming called visual and give the same formatting feel. of pivot table, whatever you have. Then select first 3 years data of our customer Al Hamid Automobiles. Go to insert line spark line. And data range is already selected. Visual column first cell you have to select as a location range. When you click OK, you will be getting a line graph kind of options will be populated. The same you can drag it down for the rest of the customers. And finally, there will be a tab called Sparkline or Design. Depending upon the version, it will be generating. Extreme right. There you have an option called markers. You got to select that and it will be ready. So once it is done, please confirm. If you have any questions, please ask.
Done, Prabhas.
So how do you feel? Don't you think that this can be done? That is what we have learned. The same thing we have implemented. Looks meaningful. So this is what people we have understood how to make some
प्रभास सर
yeah.
वो मार्कर कहाँ पे है एक्चुअली?
मार्कर आपने पहले विजुअल सिलेक्ट किया पूरा का पूरा,
हाँ हाँ किया.
फिर लास्ट टैब आपका ऊपर रिबन मेन्यू में क्या दिख रहा है?
स्पार्क लाइन तो आ रहा है मेरा.
तो स्पार्कलाइन के अंदर यहाँ पे देखो मार्कर्स है. लो, एक शो वाला टैब होगा, शो टैब के अंदर मार्कर्स है. स्पार्कलाइन के अंदर पहला ग्रुप है स्पार्कलाइन, दूसरा है टाइप, तीसरा है शो. शो ग्रुप के अंदर मार्कर्स होगा. मिला?
मेरा स्पार्क लाइन लाइन कॉलम वो दिख रहा है.
नहीं 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 नहीं, आपने जब स्पार्कलाइन के अंदर टैब के अंदर क्लिक किया, पहला ऑप्शन लेफ्ट में क्या दिख रहा है?
मुझे तो डायरेक्ट लाइन कॉलम और ये डायरेक्ट आ रहा है एक्चुअली. तो मैंने लाइन का सिलेक्ट किया था, लाइन स्पार्क
हाँ
लाइन.
हाँ, तो लाइन कॉलम आपने लाइन का स्पार्कलाइन जब आपने सिलेक्ट किया तो एक डायलॉग
हाँ
बॉक्स मिला.
हाँ
डायलॉग बॉक्स मिलने के बाद आपने स्पार्कलाइन बनाया.
हाँ.
स्पार्कलाइन बनने के बाद आपने वो विजुअल कॉलम को ऐसे सिलेक्ट किया क्या? आप मेरे स्क्रीन में देख पा रहे हैं?
एक मिनट. एक बार शो कर दो ना खाली वो डॉटेड का, मुझे समझ में आ जाएगा. मेरे
वही मैं दिखा रहा हूँ आपको, इसलिए तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ. आप मेरे स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं कि नहीं, मैं
हाँ
पूछ रहा
हाँ
हूँ.
हाँ देख रहा हूँ अभी.
तो यहाँ तक आपका रेडी है क्या?
हाँ या लाइंस का रेडी है. वही
हाँ तो
मार्कर.
ठीक है, ठीक है.
हम्म.
पूरा का पूरा रेडी है क्या लाइंस के
हाँ
साथ?
पूरा का पूरा रेडी है.
ठीक है. तो उसके बाद ऐसा सिलेक्शन जैसे मैंने रखा हुआ है उसी तरह से सिलेक्ट करिए. आपका जो रिबन मेन्यू है उसमें आखिरी टैब क्या दिख रहा है? आपका जो मेनू ऑप्शन है, होम, इंसर्ट, पेज लेआउट, उसी लाइन में आखिरी टैब क्या दिख रहा है?
स्पार्क लाइन टूल.
हाँ, तो वही स्पार्कलाइन टूल को अगर क्लिक
हाँ
करेंगे नीचे एक
मार्कर्स.
डिजाइन, ठीक है,
ओके
तो उसमें
ओके
मार्कर्स मिलेगा.
ओके ओके.
चलिए, pivot 4 सबका क्लियर हुआ दोस्तों? कोई सवाल है? Anybody is having any questions over here? All right. So I assume that everybody is clear with our pivot table number 4. Let's go for right click on pivot 4 sheet name, move or copy, checkbox, create a copy, activate, click OK. You'll be finding one more pivot turns up, rename the same as pivot table number 5. Okay. Now this visual column work is over. Kindly select the column entirely, completely column. And then go for control minus. Control minus. So my visual column will be deleted. That's fine. Now, in this, the unwanted column like customer, please deactivate. Month, please deactivate. Product description, bring it to the rows. And you got our first pivot table ready. So please confirm your pivot 5 is ready.
Yes.
Right. Now, once it is ready, let us discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. Okay. So let's take the same story continuing over here. Now, suppose I take an example. This is what our friend Rupali has presented. Right. Sudha is watching the data and she is telling that Rupali, you have given me last 3 years revenue data. That's fine. But what I want to know is to generate this much of revenue, how much incentives we have paid. I want to analyze that. So basically, in one line, if you say the ask is nothing but Sudha wants to analyze revenue versus incentive with the adjacent columns side by side. So first thing first, Rupali, she has to check, do we have a field called incentive? Check it out, people. What say? Do you see the field called incentive anywhere?
No.
No.
So our problem starts. We do not have the data called incentive. Let's keep that thing on hold. Say, take an example. In our company, we have a uniform policy. Whatever the billing our people makes, they will be entitled for 2% incentive. It's a uniform policy across the globe we have. Well, if that is the case, now we have a question. We do not have the data called incentive, but we know how to create or compute that. Now, if that is the need, then how to create an incentive column in our pivot table? Let's go for it. Since we do not have the data, we have always a choice. We can go to our source data sheet, that is summary table, and we can create some columns. Yes, that is there. So kindly go to our summary table data sheet. What is the last column we have?
Channel partners.
So go to the next immediate column and type incentive, incentive, and there formula equal to the billing column sales USD multiply by 2%. So when I go for multiply by 2% over here and the moment I hit enter, I'll be getting my first invoice purpose incentive ready. And as we know the same we need to apply for the rest. So take your mouse cursor to the fill handle button and double click on that. And immediately you will be finding your whole entire incentive column is ready in the source data sheet. Incentive is ready. Where? In our summary table data sheet. Now the same we need to bring it to pivot table. That is the next objective. Well, let's go for our pivot table. If you keep your cursor in pivot table, in the right side window box below to channel partners, do you see a field called incentive?
No.
So what we need to do in this case, our experts, they will suggest you, Prabhas, don't worry, just go for right click on the pivot. There is an option called refresh. So go for that. When you go for refresh, do you see a field called incentive below to channel partners?
No.
Okay. So why this is not happening? Then how come my experts suggest us to do the job like this? See, refresh will work only if you do the changes within the existing data range. Once your range is expanded in terms of columns, in terms of rows, then refresh is not going to help you. You got to go for another option. What is that? Keeping your cursor in pivot anywhere. Go to your analyze or pivot table analyze depending upon the version name. Okay. There's an option called change data source. What's that? Change data source. You have an option. And there you click, it will take your cursor immediately to the source data sheet having a dialog box in the place. Do not do any changes in the dialog box as such. Take your horizontal scroll bar to the extreme right and then you realize what is that last column it is taken inside the database. It is up to column K. You can see the virtual dotted line also. But technically our column is created up to column L. So having said this, what you need to do, only thing is in this table, wherever K is there, that alone you have to go for changing the same K alone to over here, our L. This is what the changes you have to do. And finally, you can go and click OK. So this is the only change people we have to do. And finally, you will be finding your pivot table will be containing the field over there, naming called incentive. Check it out. Is it happening?
Can you tell me once again, Prabhas, that
Yes.
pivot table, one option you told, no, that I'm for merging it. I'm not getting that option, sir.
Which option?
That I created one column in the base
Incentive. It's,
incentives I
yeah.
created. So next I
Okay.
came to pivot. I came to 5. I mean, in there only I need to merge that cell into the existing
No, there is
table.
no
Huh?
merging and all. There is no merge and all is required. Once you created your data column called incentive in your source data sheet, that is summary table, you come back to
Okay.
pivot table and there
Okay.
go to your analyze or pivot table analyze in the menu option.
Okay. Okay.
There is an option called change data source. Can you see?
Yes.
If you go to change data source, it will take immediately your cursor to the summary table data sheet. Are you getting?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And now when you look at what is the last column it has taken, it is showing up to column K only.
Channel part. Yeah. Okay.
Now K or L in the range box, it is showing L580 or K580.
K on that.
That is what you have to change. Only K you have to change it to L.
Okay.
Then you have to click OK. And immediately you will be finding in your pivot table number 5 below to channel partners incentive will be ready.
Yeah. Yeah. Got it now.
And incentive, since it is holding the numerical value, what is the right field area as we discussed?
Value.
So let's bring the same to the value area and see a beautiful report is ready over there. Not only taking this data of incentive as a consolidated incentive, but also it is giving the feel of the year-wise incentive, how much we paid, we got the information. So this is how people, whenever we do not have the data, we can always have an option to create the data in the source data sheet, and we can bring the same within the existing list by change data source option and doing the necessary data population. So that's the story of our pivot table number 5. Any questions?
Can you show me the last column, was?
Yeah, last column is of our total incentive.
Yeah, right. Got it.
All right, so pivot 5, everybody's clear, people? Can I take that?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now right click on pivot 5 sheet name, move or copy. Create a copy checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot turns up, you can rename the same as pivot table number 6. And this incentive work is over. You can deactivate this incentive. And we got our pivot table report to the first pivot table, what we have generated. Kindly save all your workbooks.
प्रभा सर डीएक्टिवेट कैसे किया अभी?
सिंपल चेकबॉक्स को डीएक्टिवेट कर लो.
ओके.
Now, once we have done with these people, let us discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. Now, suppose the same story I'm just continuing. Our friend Rupali has presented all this incentive data to Sudha. Sudha is quite happy. And we know one thing. When boss is happy, what happens? Yes, Rupali. When boss is happy, what happens?
He will give me the more work, more
Definitely.
responsibility.
So you be prepared for that. So Sudha is asking, now her expectation level goes high. She is asking, okay, Rupali, you have given me incentive data. Thank you so much. It was working fine for me. But right now, I am looking for a column naming called discount. Like while generating or while making this much of billing, how much discounts we have given to our customers, I want to see that. So billing versus discount column. Sudha wants to see. First thing first, what Rupali has to do, check. Do we have a field called discount?
No.
Again, problem starts. We do not have the data. Okay, let's keep that thing on hold. As we have a uniform policy for incentive in our organization, similarly, we do have a uniform policy for discounts also. Whoever the customer, they go for bulk purchase or small quantity purchase doesn't make a difference. They will be entitled for uniformly 5% discount. This is what the management has the circulars. So now the question is, we do not have the data, but we know how to compute it. If that is the situation, then how to get a new column called discount in our pivot? Yes, people, give me your opinion.
Same thing, like we need to create one extra column with 5% of the sales revenue.
Right. That's what we have learned just 2 minutes back, isn't it?
The
So,
summary table, right? In the
yeah,
main sheet.
yeah, but don't do that. Don't do that. Right now we are discussing.
Okay.
So to create a new column, naming called discount, going to summary table data sheet, creating a new column, adding more formulas over there, getting back the same to pivot table, changing the data source, getting the field populated in the field list box, then dragging the same to the value field area. How much time we have spent? Roughly 5 minutes. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So one end we have got 5 minutes of quality time spent over here, which is really a waste of time. Besides that, going to our source data, creating a new column, having application of formulas over there, we are also making our file size heavy. Do you agree with that?
Hmm.
So this is the reason why what we did for incentive calculations, though our experts, they do suggest us to do the job like this, but Microsoft Excel never recommends for that. So when Microsoft Excel never recommends, what is the options we do have if I need to create a new column? So now the objective is, if I want to have a discount column in pivot itself without creating the source data, how to get this column over here with application my own formula. So see the beauty? Keep your cursor anywhere in the grand total. The pivot table grand total cell, kindly keep your cursor, select your cell. And over there, go to your pivot table analyze or analyze tab, depending upon the versions. You have a option called over here fields, items and sets. Fields, items and sets. Able to see everybody? Fields, items
Yeah.
and sets. And inside, if you navigate, you have a option calculated field. And if you go for calculated field, you will be finding a dialog box appears where the first criteria, it is asking me the name. So what should be the name of the new field as we discussed?
Discount.
Let's go and define that. And when I go and define the name called discount, next criteria, formula, whatever it is there, please delete that, make it clean. The entire formula box, make it clean since we are going to define our own formula. Now, discount, what should be the formula? The entire billing column, based on that 5%. Okay, billing column, is there sales USD one field is populated in the field list box? Yes. Double click on the same. And when you go for double click with immediate effect, the formula box will be embedded with your revenue data. No problem. Then multiply. How many percentage? 5%. So define that. And the moment you click OK, with immediate effect, you will be finding your data is ready over here. And it is not only showing a discount column at the end, total discount, but also the year-wise discounts also you can see over here. So that's called your calculated field over there or virtual field by pivot table. And it is available where? It's in analyze or pivot table analyze, and option name is fields, items and sets, and within that sub option is calculated field. Kindly check.
Same thing applies. Same
Yep,
thing applies for earlier we created incentives. So
absolutely.
same thing we can create here also, no?
Yes, yes. You could have also done the same for incentive, but I had to take you through the options. Then only you can understand
Uh,
where we are spending a lot of time and what we are not supposed to do. Unless and until you know the entire process, you will never understand that. That's why I had to take you through the practice what we have in our industries.
sure, sure.
Any questions, people? See now, in our field list box, incentive is the real-time field. Discount is our virtual field, and it directly goes and create the data in value field area. We don't need to do that exercise separately. And here, one thing for sure, do not go expect over here in summary table, there will be a field called discount. No, this is not going to create the data again. So then there is no point of doing this job, right? So this is how we have understood how to work around with our calculate fields. There is no restrictions. You can have n number of calculated fields. There is no limitations for that, but this is the process you can bring it on. And this is going to be the property of pivot table only. If you do not want, you can deactivate even, there is no problem, but the field is going to be remained on the field list box. So pivot 6, we are clear. Right click on pivot 6 sheet name.
Prabhas,
Yep,
yeah, I have a query here.
please ask.
The discount to what we have created, the value field has been created in the pivot table itself, not in the data source, right?
Absolutely.
But suppose later on I am reviewing the file and after some time I'm just opening the file and seeing whether this is a virtual field or the means data source field. How to differentiate it? Is there any way that we can identify this is not the data, it is not coming from the data source?
See, if you want to differentiate, this is the only way, the way you have gone to activate, like going to analyze, then pivot table, fields, items and sets, calculate field. You have to go there and you check. And there is a drop down. Can you see over here? If you go to the drop down, whatever the fields listed over here, these are your virtual fields.
Okay, got it. Got it. Very
Yeah.
good. Thank
Good
you.
question. I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
Yes, people. Any other questions before proceeding further for pivot table number 7? All right. So let's start working. Right click on pivot 6 sheet name, move or copy.
Prabhas, if I'm giving incentives columns here, it is not coming. Prabhas. Calculated items or field could not be created because another item or field of the same
Because
name
that's what I
exists.
told you, right? I told you in the beginning itself, you cannot have the duplicate column headers. Your column header should be unique. Since incentive is already created, you should name it as incentive 1 or 2 or something else. You cannot have the same name. If you want to go for your calculated field, you have to name it
Okay.
something different.
Okay. Even in different sheet also, so it will consider, right, the entire pivot.
I'm not getting what's your question.
Okay. No, I got it. I thought, okay, that is in different sheet. No, so that
No,
is
no,
in sheet
dif-
pivot table five,
yeah,
and this is six
though
like
it
that.
is, yeah, though is of different pivot table, but the source data is same, right? It is capturing the
Yeah,
source
yeah.
data from one file only, one sheet only. Though we have created multiple pivot tables.
Sure, sure.
Right,
Got it.
right. Now, the moment we go for right click on pivot 6 sheet name, you can see over here move or copy. So kindly go for move or copy. Create a copy checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot turns up. You can rename the same as pivot table number 7. And in discount work is over. I can deactivate the discount field out of that. And we got our pivot structure back. The first pivot table, whatever we have created, we got it. So please confirm you got your pivot 7 ready.
Yes, Pravas.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
great. How about others? Please quickly confirm.
Yeah.
Yes, Prabhas.
Okay. All right then. So now, yep. Any questions? Okay. Now let me take you through what else we can do with regard to pivot table. Now please stay focused. We are going to discuss a very beautiful concept of pivot table. So let me put the data in a story format again. So as the same story goes on continuing, we are going to continue with the same. Suppose say this is what our friend Rupali has presented. Sudha is watching the data. Sudha is saying, Rupali, this pattern I really like the most. Like taking 3 years data in 3 columns and defining all these products in the row area. This pattern I liked it, the way you have presented. But you have given me only one pivot table. Yes, one pivot table. What I am looking for is similar layout of pivot table, but that should be based on the salesman. So basically in one line, if you want to say Sudha is expecting salesman wise pivot tables, but the layout should remain the same. So if there are 20 salesmen, Sudha is expecting 20 pivot tables. If there are 50 salesmen, 50 pivot tables. If there are 100 salesmen, 100 pivot tables. This is what the expectation. So if that is the need, then how to deal with? First thing first, do we have a field called salesman or salesperson or sales agent?
Yes.
Yes.
We do have. So luckily we are saved. Now, let me take you through what we can do in this context. I am doing on behalf of you all. Please watch my screen. No need to do anything. Just watch my screen. Okay. Now, salesperson. Now our friend Rupali has taken this to the row area. Report pattern changes. Sudha is not happy. Now again, Rupali taken the same two columns. Data is there, salesperson field header is there, but it is not showing the details of salesperson. Doesn't make any sense again. So salesperson she has taken to the filter area, Rupali, and the pattern is coming up shape and above to the pivot table, salesperson field is also embedded. Now, Sudha is whatever she's asking, Rupali felt that, okay, I got that, no problem. Now Rupali is presenting the same to Sudha. And what she's saying, Rupali, he's saying that, Sudha, if you are looking for multiple pivot tables, no worries, do one thing, go to that filter and choose SM1, click OK. Now entire the pivot table is going to be pertain to be salesman one's data. Only thing is you have to insert a new worksheet. You have to paste this pivot table over there. And this action you have to repeat for number of times depending upon the number of salesmen. This is what Rupali has explained, given the instructions or advice to Sudha. Okay, job is done. Sudha, are you happy the way Rupali has explained?
Copy paste so many times, maybe no.
Maybe not, definitely. So in this case, if Rupali has presented like this and explained like this to do the job, then Sudha is not happy. Here itself it is confirmed. Then suppose say I did like this. What would be the reaction from the other end? Can somebody figure out that? I will tell you. No need to do anything. Just watch my screen and listen my audio. Suppose say this is what I did to my boss. Okay, nothing intentional, nothing deliberately. Out of the curiosity that I got the answer, whatever the question he had asked. He listened the whole story, whatever I told him. Then finally he watched my data. He looked at me also and he gave a plastic smile. You know, plastic smile. The smile which is not natural. And this is quite common. You'll be finding in the corporate world. And what he said, you know, he said that, Prabhas, I'm really impressed with your smartness. The way you have diverted the entire responsibility towards me, I like that. Now, if I am going to do your job, let's do one thing. Tomorrow morning when you come to office, please bring your resignation letter with you. I would be happy to sign on that. So this is the kind of reaction my boss had given. So what we have understood now from the entire story. Yes, people, I'm giving the corporate scenarios. This is the fact. So what you have understood, what is the moral of the story when you had a discussion?
So manager is not happy with the presentation.
No, we cannot transfer our job responsibility towards our
बॉस
superiors.
को काम नहीं दे सकते.
Bilkul. So this is what now we have learned. Now what our friend Sudha is expecting from Rupali. Please try to understand. No need to do anything. Just watch my screen. Okay. Now suppose say we are working with a global report and there are near about how many people are there salesmen? Suppose say there are 200 salesmen are there. Okay. Now what Sudha is expecting from Rupali, I'm going to take you through. Just watch my screen. Job number one, Sudha is expecting that Rupali should go and insert worksheets. How many? How many people are there? 200. So 200 people purpose, 200 worksheets. First thing first. Job number two, Rupali has to go and copy this pivot table and paste it. For how many times? 200 times. Total 400. Job number three, Rupali has to select filter with the salesman name. How many times? The people 200 times, 200 sheets. That is also not enough. Total 600 tasks. Now, job number four, Rupali, has to, what she has to do? She has to rename all the worksheets with the salesman name and that too 200 times. So total, how much tasks, people? You can see 800. Rupali, how much time it will be taking for you?
1 day, 1 or 2 days.
1 or 2 days. So I'll be asking the same question to Sudha. Sudha, do you have that much of patience to give to Rupali? This much of time?
No.
Definitely not. Nobody will be interested. Now, being a friend to Rupali from our audience side, anybody is going to willing to give a helping hand? This kind of voluminous task, people when they see, they keep away themselves. Trust me, nobody is going to give a helping hand. And why Sudha is expecting this kind of tedious process or tedious job Rupali is supposed to do? What is the reason behind it? We need to understand that it's not like my boss is asking and blindly I should keep doing, because at the end of the day I have to spend my time, right? So I need to understand the importance of such kind of reports. So what do you believe? Anybody?
Performance appraisal?
Definitely. So whatever the targets given to each and every salesman, how much they have achieved, it's overachieved or underachieved. And if it is underachieved, what is the reason behind that? And if it is overachieved, very rare case, but how it has been achieved. All these things, the feedbacks is expecting the people should write their own feedbacks in their own reports. And she will be collecting all these reports from the each and every people, and she will be collecting the data. She will be presenting the report to the management. This is the sole idea behind such kind of tedious process. Okay, we got it. But who is going to do that work? Definitely our friend Rupali. So she is telling that she will be taking 2 days of job. So Sudha's best teammate is asking 2 days of time to do this job. Now, definitely, what will be the option? Sudha has no other choice. She has to say yes. Okay, go ahead. But taking 2 days of time, do you think that really you could deliver that job? No way. I'll tell you the other problems which you have never anticipated also. One thing is when you go and create these 200 worksheets in a Excel file, system doesn't support. It shows Excel not responding. Excel is restarted. Excel is crashed. All these problems are there. You can't ever imagine. You have never anticipated these things, but this is going to come. And even though you tried your best, you succeeded doing the job, there will be a question mark about the productivity or efficiency of Ripali. And this is going to give an impact to the KRA report. And when KRA report is negative, this is also going to give a negative impact in the appraisal form. Trust me, this is the fact. Do you agree with me? Can you sense that? Right,
Yes.
people?
Yes.
Yes. So most of the time it happens with us. Okay, 2 to 3 minutes I took the time. I explained a beautiful story of our corporate world. You also enjoyed that. You also learned something out of this. So what's the moral of the story? What you have learned?
Learn Excel properly.
Absolutely. So if you do not know Excel, if you do not know the applications, you have to suffer like this. So now in this situation, imagine that entire 2 days of job, if I could make it happen for you just in 10 seconds, trust me, in 10 seconds, how much of quality time you can save for that, isn't it? So let's go and do the job. First thing first, the objective is any point of time, if you happen to export your pivot table data into multiple reports on a click of button, how to do that. So for that reason, you need to go and take the field to the filter area. So now Sudha is expecting based on which field multiple reports salesperson. So please do that. Bring salespersons to the filter area. Okay. Now, once you bring this, you can notice there is a salesperson filter over here. It is populating. You can select that cell. Don't click the filter button, select the cell. Okay. Now, once you have this over here, you can notice on your ribbon tab towards your right side, there's a pivot table analyze or analyze tab is there. You can see we have to go there, and towards your extreme left, you will be finding pivot table name is there, right? In this pivot table name, below to that options is there. Don't click the options. I'm just telling, look at your screen and get the same options is available. Yes. Next to option, there is a small navigation button. Yes. Click on that navigation button. It opens up with three different options again. Options, show report filter pages, generate get pivot data. I repeat, Options, show report filter pages, generate get pivot data. Go for the second option, show report filter pages. And then it will take you to a dialog box like this where you could notice already the field name is there, salesperson. And Sudha is also expecting based on the salesperson only. Yes, do you confirm that?
Yes.
Right. Now, only thing is you need to click the OK button and see the beauty. With immediate effect, your pivot table will start exporting the data into multiple reports. Having the report patterns remain the same, filters selected with the salesman name, and below to the pivot table sheet tabs, if you see the entire thing with the salesman name, it is renamed also. Can you imagine? So this is called life savior option of the pivot table people. Trust me, I have seen people literally sitting and doing the copy paste work at the year end. Whenever there is a need of report, department wise report, cost center wise report, product wise report, or customer wise report, anything you name it, you can have it. Helpful?
Professor, can you show it again?
Yep. See, going to our pivot table, bringing salesperson over here. Have you got that? I'm going for
Yes,
stepwise
yes,
confirmation.
yes.
Then going to our analyze or pivot table analyze. The very first option. Can you see a pivot table name is showing?
Pivot table one.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what.
Hmm.
Below to
Hmm.
that options is there. Don't
Okay.
click the options.
Okay.
Options के बाजू में छोटा navigation मिलेगा. Can you click that? And
Yes.
if you click, three options are coming up again. Options, show report filter pages, generate get pivot data, something like that.
Yeah. The three. Uh,
Yeah, go for the second one. Show report filter pages. If you click, it will take you to a dialog box.
yes.
And
Salesperson.
yeah, in the dialog box, salesperson is already selected.
Yeah.
Go and click OK. Now with immediate effect, you will be finding all your sheet tabs are generated based on the salesman name. Report patterns remain the same and filter is already selected with the salesman name.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Right. So that is what people of our pivot 7 story. Any doubt, any queries in pivot 7? Anything? Helpful? What do you believe?
Life saving, as you said.
Yeah, trust me. Though you are in from HR, supply chain, accounts, finance, wherever you are working with, this option is really going to help a lot. Anyway, so I consider everybody is clear with our pivot table number 7. So let's do one thing. Right click on pivot 7 sheet tab, move or copy, create a copy checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot turns up, you can rename the same as pivot 8. Salesperson work is over. You can deactivate salespersons from that.
Prabhas,
Yeah,
what we need to do that that salesperson created at worksheet?
that you can retain for your practice purpose. Let it be. No need to do it. If you do not want, you can delete also. So this is what we did. If I want salesman wise report, I have to bring the same to filter. If I want customer wise report, I should have got customer in the filter area. That's the only thing to understand.
So एक ही क्वेश्चन था एक्चुअली,
Yeah, पूछिए.
लेकिन वो बैकडेटेड एक्चुअली, और डिस्काउंट का जो हमने किया वो समझ में तो आया, तो आपने किया, लेकिन वो समरी टेबल में नहीं जाएगा ना, अपने को नहीं दिख
नहीं,
सकता है
बिल्कुल
ना।
नहीं। उसी तो फिर फायदा क्या? अगर समरी टेबल में जाके वो बना रहा है डेटा फिर से, तो फाइल का साइज बढ़ता है ना।
ओके, इसकी वजह से।
हाँ,
राइट।
इसके लिए उसको बनाया गया है कि वो जाके फिर से वापस डेटा नहीं बनाएगा, रिवर्स काम नहीं करेगा वो। चलिए, now we'll go for our pivot table number 8. Sometimes what it happens, people, while working with our pivot table, sometimes we need to work with our date related information. Like we have got some purchase order date, invoice date, work order date, or sales order date, or date of joining of the employee. So this kind of date related information, if you have, how to work around. Let's go and have a discussion. Let's go. So first of all, remove the unwanted fields like product description, you can remove. Year, you can remove. And there is a field called our order date. Can you see? We have a field called order date, people. And this order date, when you take this to the row area, you will be finding a pivot table turns up year-wise data, taking a automatic or self-made group over here of our data, right? So this is not going to help us. But this is what the default options of our Microsoft Excel if you are in 2016 and above versions of that. But I want to customize my data according to my need. So what I need to do is just right click on any of the years, whatever it has created. We have an option called ungroup. Yep. If you go for it immediately, can you see the data structure has been changed? Date wise, whatever the billing we have made, everything is now showing in the picture. Can you confirm?
Yes.
So now if I go and present my data in this pattern, it will be running like pages anything, isn't it? 3 years data. So minimum 1 lakh line items will be there like this because each and every individual date wise records. So this is not the right way to express it. So what can be done in this? I'll tell you. Right click on any of the date in the order date column. There is an option called group. There's an option called group. And if you go for this group option, you can notice the starting date and ending date, the oldest date and the newest date, both are available over here. And by default, month is only in selection. Suppose I want to showcase year-wise data also. So along with the years, month I want to display. Okay. If I go and click OK from this, can you see a beautiful transformation of our pivot table is going to happen? Year-wise, date-wise, or this is the month of our records over here. So year-wise, month-wise records, we got it, right?
Yeah.
Now suppose say looking at the same, Rupali has presented the same, Sudha is having more expectation that she's saying, Rupali, why don't you just give me the date-wise records also as a one more hierarchy? You have given me the year, you have given me the month. I want to see one more hierarchy level of my data having the date-wise records. Okay, so how to get the date-wise records? Let's see. Right click on any of the year from the year column, right click on any of the year cell, go for same grouping option, group. And you can notice there is an option called days. There is an option called days that is yet to be selected. So kindly select days also. And once you select days and click OK, with immediate effect, you will be finding a beautiful pivot table turns up. Year-wise, month-wise, date-wise records. Looks cool?
Yes.
So this is how, whenever there is a date related information you want to present it, this is the best way to present your records. Any doubt, any queries in pivot table number 8? Priyanka, are you following?
Prabhas, I'm not getting this.
Yeah. What you're getting then?
Prabhas, as you told, so I just unselected the product descriptions, everything. I just kept self persons order date and sales USD. And I added quotas and yes, these are the check dates.
No. You just tell me in the row in your column area. In the column area,
Yeah,
what is the field you have?
yeah. Quotas, order date, and sum of sales. Bills.
No. In columns, it never be. In columns area, I'm talking about.
Okay, columns area. Okay, I don't have anything.
Fine. No problem.
Yes.
In row area, what is the field you have?
Years, quotas, order date.
Remove everything. Remove everything.
Years, quotas, order date. Okay.
Now, in the value area, do you have sales USD?
Yes, Prabha. Yeah.
Right. Now go to your row area, bring the order date. Order date, you bring it to the row area.
Okay, done.
Now, once you bring it, it will come this kind of structure. Can you see that?
Yes, yes, it's same.
Right. Now keep your cursor in any of the year
Okay.
and go for ungroup. And when you
Yeah.
go for ungroup, can you see the date-wise individual records?
Yes, Prabha. Yes.
Okay. Now, keeping your cursor in any of the date, right-click upon the same.
Okay.
Option we will be getting called group. Can you see?
Yes.
If you click the group option, you can see a dialog box called grouping where the starting date and ending date, the oldest date and the earliest date, it will be there.
Yes, Prabha. Same
And
only.
below to that, months alone is in selection.
Yes.
So you got to select years and days as well.
Okay, done.
And then click OK, and you will be finding the report pattern like this. All right. Hope
Okay.
you're getting the
But
same.
the total, Jan total, subtotal is not coming. We need
Yes.
to give.
No problem.
Okay.
No problem. That will be missing because you are in 2016. I am in Office 365. So
Okay.
you have to do another activity if you want the subtotals. Keeping the cursor anywhere in pivot, go to
Okay.
Design tab.
Okay.
Very first option deals with subtotals.
Well, yeah.
There you go for the second option. Show all
Show all
subtotals at
subtotal.
the bottom of the group, and you will be getting all the subtotals.
Okay. Yes, Prabha. Now it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Fine, welcome, no problem. So I believe everybody is clear with the process of
प्रोफेसर
submitting. Yeah,
प्रोफेसर आई एम सॉरी एक्चुअली
no
मेरा
problem.
डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ था एक्चुअली
Uh-huh.
ये फिर से एक बार दिखा देते हो क्या
आप मुझे स्क्रीन शेयर कर सकते हैं? Right, I can see now. Go to Excel, please. ठीक है, यहाँ तक आपका ठीक ठाक है. अभी एक काम करते हैं. Now you can go for right click upon the same September right click जहाँ पे कर्सर रखा हुआ है उसके ऊपर राइट क्लिक करिए. ग्रुप, फिर से जाइए ग्रुप में, उसमें डेज भी सिलेक्ट करिए. हाँ, ओके कर दीजिए. तो आपका भी डे वाइज रिकॉर्ड भी आ गया. ठीक है. तो अभी आपको ईयर्स एंड मंथ्स अगर फिल करनी है तो फिर से जाओ, डिजाइन में जाओ, डिजाइन ऊपर जाओ, डिजाइन में. हाँ, रिपोर्ट लेआउट, लेफ्ट से थर्ड ऑप्शन रिपोर्ट लेआउट, शो इन टैबुलर फॉर्म, थर्ड वाला. हाँ, उसमें ले लो. आपको ईयर कॉलम भी फिल हो जाएगा, मंथ कॉलम भी फिल हो जाएगा. ओके, नहीं दिखा रहा है, फाइन. रिपोर्ट लेआउट फिर से जाओ, Repeat all item labels, वो ऑप्शन ले लो, फोर्थ वाला, हाँ ये अभी दिखा देगा रिपोर्ट्स पूरा क्लियरली, ठीक है?
Okay.
Right. So now I'm going to take the control back on the screen. And here, now we have understood how to present our date related information effectively. Let's go for right click on pivot 8 sheet name. Move or copy. Then create a copy checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot turns up, you can rename the same over here as pivot 9. Pivot 9. So our order date work is over. We can remove that, no problem. Years and months is also created, that also we can remove. So now here one thing closely you have to understand. See, when we have created our order date and presented, can you see some two fields are created naming months and years? But these are our virtual fields. Technically, the real-time field is our year and month only. But months and years, what is created, this is a virtual field. So whenever you want to take your fields, you have to select only month and year. Don't select months and years. Again, the report will be something different because this is what it is created out of the grouping of our order date data. So you have to be a bit careful while choosing the fields again for the data population. Okay. Now, coming to the next. Suppose say, take an example. In this summary table, if you remembered when we started the training program, we have discussed there are 3 years of data over here, right? 3 years of data. Fine. Now suppose say in this huge chunk of data, suppose my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me 2016 records and I want to see only Indigo. What my boss is saying? From the entire 3 years data, only 2016 records he wants to see, and that too Indigo product related information. So what we do in that case, we go to our field, we activate filter, we go for 2016, and then we go for our product over there, and product we go and select Indigo. So when I go for this is what the records, and my boss is going to select like this over here, and then he is going to watch this sum of this all this selected criteria. 10 lakhs 29,488. So this is what the practice we have, and this is the most of the time people does the same. Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, what we can do, we can make some improvements on that. Instead of doing that repeatedly going for filter and on this all these options, what can be done? Let's go and discuss. Let's go to our pivot table number 9. Okay, there take product descriptions to the rows and take year, not years, take year to the columns. The first pivot table, what we have designed, we got it. So first thing, please confirm. You got your first pivot table ready.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right. Now, just in the source data sheet, whatever the exercise we discussed, 2016 records, and for which product, if you remember?
Indigo.
Indigo. So if you see, we have got the data. So I'll go for 2016. I'll go for Indigo. Can you see the same value is populating? 10 lakhs 29,488, correct?
Say that again, Prabhas. Just repeat that, please.
Yep. So if you look at our summary table, the exercise what you did, it was showing 10 lakhs 29,488, 2016 and Indigo records, correct?
Hmm.
The same thing we are going to do if I look at my pivot table, if I do the same job over here, then in this pivot table number 9, 2016 records we do have, and
Yeah.
Indigo records also we do have, and the total, if you see, same total is matching over here, correct?
Yeah.
Now, what can be done? You can take the cursor to the same value, 10,29,488, which is the combinations of your 2016 and Indigo records. Just double click on that cell. Double click on that cell. Can you see? Exactly same setup of data, automatically it is going to be generated on your screen.
Yes.
So from this entire exercise, what you have understood in pivot table number 9, what I did, what you have understood.
So product wise,
We have got the same set of data. What we used to do manually filter and all, if you look at the same thing as
You
it
can
is, we
extract the
got
data.
it over here. Correct? So the question demands where it is getting the data. I mean, from how this pivot is getting the data.
From summary table.
Are you sure is it from summary table?
all
If
the
it is
pivots created so far.
okay, if it is from the summary table, again I'm showing something. Just see. In summary table, do you see anywhere the table format? In summary table data sheet, when we did it manually, do you see anywhere the table format?
No.
No. But whereas if you see this extracted report, this is formatted as table, filter buttons are activated, and data is aligned properly. So all these things are happening. So definitely this is not created from the source data table. Correct? Pretty confirmed?
Yes.
So what we have understood from the entire exercise that whenever you are creating the pivot table, you don't need to send the source data along with the pivot table. Your pivot table alone is enough because pivot itself, it is holding the data in the backend. And that's the reason why when I go for double click on that particular value, so that segment of data is automatically popping up because it is taking the data from the pivot backend, not from the source data sheet. So that's the reason why I took you to this exercise to make you understand. Pivot itself, it holds the data. You don't need to send your raw data, making your attachment size heavy. Just send the pivot alone is enough. And at the other end, if people demands me, okay, Prabhas, can you show me the entire source data set? Yes, I can tell him, go to the grand total and double click. It will take the same 3 years data over here. That's the beauty. So pivot itself, it is holding the data. Hope it is clear, confirmed.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Prabhas.
Right. So pivot 9, what we did, that exercise is clear. Now right click on pivot 9 sheet name, move or copy, create a copy, checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot turns up, you can rename the same as pivot table number 10.
Prabhas, I have one doubt, Prabhas.
Yeah, please ask.
Pivot 9 and pivot 1, both are same only, right?
Yeah,
Okay, then again we are going with the pivot 10, one more table. That's what I'm.
no, pivot 1 and pivot 9, what is the confusion for you?
No, no. It both are same only, right? We are not doing any exercise on pivot 9, right? So that's what our additional things
From
what we.
pivot 9, no. From pivot 9 only, we have generated the report. That's what to showcase. I just took the pivot 9. So every time I'm getting this pivot table as pivot 1, whatever we did, from there only we are doing the rest of the operations. So far, if you see the pattern of our learning,
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so to create the 2000 on the indicator, this one, so we have created pivot 9.
yes,
Okay, I
yes,
understand.
right. So now go to pivot table number 10. So now we are going to discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. Okay. Now here, One concept we are going to discuss about the pivot table, which is very, very essential and which we have already learned in our day one. So let me first take you through that so that you will also recall and connect with it properly. Okay. Now, first of all, take an example over here. In our summary table data sheet, if you look at over here, there were 3 years data, correct? Right?
Yes.
And there are a lot of things we had to discuss. That's why I took you through the 3 years data. Now, for the time being, assume that this entire data is not pertaining to the last 3 years. It is only 1 year data. It is just current year data. Take an example. For the time being, suppose it that it is only 1 year data. It's not 3 years data. And based on this, my boss asked a simple report. What is that? Prabhas, I just want to see month-wise revenue. So taking 1 year data, if I want to present it month-wise revenue, then what can be done? Let's go for our pivot table number 10 and go to over here, the unwanted data like product description, remove it, year, deactivate it, take month, not months, take month to the row area. Okay, and you'll be having your simple pivot table is ready. So please confirm you got your month-wise pivot table ready.
Yeah.
Yes.
How about others people?
Yes.
Yes, Prabhas.
Okay. All right. Now, once it is ready, month-wise revenue data, no problem. Anybody can create it. Now, what else we can do to make a value additions to the data to make it more informative? What else we can do? Yes, people, you can give your expert opinion on this.
Month on month increase or decrease, probably we can.
Yeah, that's a good one. What else? Do you remember in day one we did something
Yes.
exactly similar kind of stuffs? But that was there in a normal Excel sheet data. I told you we took a beautiful story and there we prepared that if I need to prepare the revenue column, maybe my immediate boss would be happy. Then if I'm presenting the same to management, I need to have revenue percentage.
Yeah.
So all these things we discussed the other day and we presented the same in a normal Excel sheet data. So now in pivot also the same situation we have. But how to get all these calculations in pivot table? So this is the place where we have to work out. Now, all these things we have learned, Prabhas, then why you are taking us through again? Because here we are going to make a difference. How? These things people always believe that they have to do it in a normal Excel sheet data. It is not possible in pivot. They have the mindset, they have the belief system like that. But now we are going to change that. We are going to do the same in pivot table, and that is the place where we are going to make our presentation different from others. So the first thing first. Now the requirement is we need to create how to create this revenue percentage column. So let's see and over here. If you look at our pivot table, already sales USD there in the values. Do you agree?
Yes.
Take this sales USD one more time to the value field area. Take this sales USD one more time to the value field area. You got a new column ready. No problem. Though it is identical, you have to take your mouse pointer and you have to click on that column header. And right click upon the same you will be finding a option naming called show values as. I repeat, show values as. And there you have a option percentage of grand total. And when I go for percentage of grand total with immediate effect, can you see the data has been transferred, the column has been changed to percentage value. And the total, if you see, is it showing 100%? Yes. Only thing is I need to change the name. So name, what should be? Revenue percentage. And can you see now? We got one more column ready. So please confirm you got the same column.
Yes.
Any doubt, any queries while doing this?
How did you change the heading name?
Just type it. Select the cell, you can type it. So as we did the same in our day one, now we have done the same in pivot. Any difficulties in understanding people? Anybody is having any queries in the mind before proceeding further? All right. Now, what's next? The next is our growth. We need to create a column naming called growth. So month on month, the data will be compared and it has to be presented. So what can be done in that case? Let's say bring sales USD one more time to the value field area. A new column added, no problem. Go to that column header and just right click. Show values as. If you navigate, there is an option called difference from. Can you see? Difference from. And when you go for this difference from option, and if you click, it will take you to a dialog box where this will be demanding where is your base field. Base field is nothing but in our table data. What is the first column? Is month. So is that the same column selected? Yes, very well. Now it is asking me base item. So base item, how to calculate the base item? So basically the difference or the growth column, how did you get it? By comparing the data from the previous month. We did not take a benchmark or we did not take a particular month value to set as a base and compare. No, we have compared from the previous month. So there is a drop down over here. You have to go for previous. And once you click OK, immediately you will be finding your data is ready. And this is your growth column. So month and month data, it is compared and prepared over here. Check it out. Is it working?
Sorry, what was the base item, Prabhas? I missed that. Sorry.
Previous. Base item is previous in the drop down.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So this is how we have added one more column as a value additions to the data.
It's not happening, Prabhas. Any idea why?
What is the result you are getting?
It's showing me a dialog box. I'll try it once more.
Yeah, you go
So,
for yes. If it is showing dialog box, go for yes. What it says.
1 minute. I should go on the sum of sales header, right? Or on the first this thing.
No, no. Can you please share your screen? Let me have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you right click. Yep. Go for show values as. Then difference from. Yes. Previous. That's it. Click OK. Yes. Go for yes.
Okay.
You got it. Now just change the name to make it as growth. Just rename it as growth. Okay. Fine then. So I believe everybody is clear. So let me take the control back on the screen.
Yes.
Now, what is the next requirement? Growth in terms of value. Maybe my immediate boss would be happy watching the same we discussed. So we are going to create now growth in terms of percentage. That's the next requirement. So let's go to growth percentage, how to create. Take this sales USD one more time to the value field area. And then one more new field comes, no problem. Right click on the column header. Show values as option exactly below to difference from, you'll be finding percentage difference from. Percentage difference from. And if you go for that, again, the similar dialog box, what you have come across in the previous step, you will be getting base field as usual, month only, no changes required. Base item, you should choose previous. And the moment you click OK, can you see your value has been transformed to percentage value?
Yes.
Just change the field name, growth percentage. This is how we have got one more value addition to the data, naming growth percentage. So growth percentage is ready. Any doubt? Any queries?
No.
Fine.
Prabhas, can you show me once again? I missed out.
Okay, up to what stage you are completed? Have you taken a new field to the value field area?
Yes, yes.
Right click on the column header.
Okay,
Show values as
right.
percentage difference from. You will be getting a dialog box. Base field is the month. Base item you have to choose as previous from the drop down.
Okay.
And when you click OK, you got your data in percentage.
Okay.
So name the field only growth percentage. Now, next requirement is YTD. I told you this is nothing but your cumulative value. Over here, we need to make it. So how to take this YTD column in pivot? Take sales was USD one more time to the value field area. One new field turns up. Right click on the column header. Show values as. There is an option percentage difference from below to that running total in. What is that? Running total in. Able to see? On the same, it will take you to a dialog box where you could see base month. It is asking month only. Yes, base month is month. Click OK. Now, when you see your result in the December month, whatever it is, the YTD column, is it matching with my total revenue? Yes. So we are in the right track. This is how we have established, right? So only thing is you need to change the name as YTD. And you got your other column ready.
प्रभास सर एक्चुअली
Yep.
यूएसडी डॉलर ड्रैग कर रहा हूँ वैल्यू में लेकिन फिर से आ नहीं रहे फॉर द वाईटीडी
See, देखिए जब आप ड्रैग करते हो मेरे स्क्रीन के पहले देखिए जब मैं ड्रैग कर रहा हूँ सेल्स यूएसडी के नीचे एक रेड कलर का पैच देख रहे हैं आप?
हाँ
इसका मतलब मैं ये इस एरिया में मैं इसको छोड़ नहीं सकता। तो मैं जहाँ पे लेके जाता हूँ अभी देखो एक कलर चेंज हुआ एक टेबुलर फॉर्मेट जैसा दिख रहा है सेल्स यूएसडी के
ओके
नीचे देख पा रहे हैं?
ओके
सो इसका मतलब मैं जहाँ पे लेके जा रहा हूँ थोड़ा नीचे कर दिया तो ये अलाउ नहीं करेगा, थोड़ा ऊपर रखना है तो ये अलाउ करेगा आपको पॉपुलेट करने में। Hope you're getting now.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Then what is the next?
You have to,
Show value as
आपका YTD हो गया है?
YTD के लिए आया है मेरे मुझे.
ओके, तो YTD जो कॉलम जो बना नया कॉलम, उसके हेडर के ऊपर राइट क्लिक करो, शो वैल्यूज एज, आपको जाना है रनिंग टोटल इन.
एक मिनट. तो सेम प्रीवियस रनिंग टोटल इन.
हाँ, रनिंग टोटल इन, आपको कुछ नहीं करना है, बस ओके करना है, उसमें कुछ प्रीवियस वगैरह चूज नहीं करना है, बेस फील्ड
ओके
बंद है. हाँ, तो जब आप वो कॉलम बनाए, दिसंबर मंथ का जो वैल्यू था,
हाँ,
उसका YTD का दिसंबर मंथ जो वैल्यू है, इज इट मैचिंग विथ योर ग्रैंड टोटल?
ग्रैंड टोटल. यस सर.
तो
ओके.
वी आर इन द राइट ट्रैक.
हम्म.
तो ये हो गया हमारा YTD in terms of value. Maybe my immediate boss would be happy watching the same. Next requirement हमने discussion किया था. We had discussed that YTD percentage for the management people. We need to create it. Okay. So now we are going to create the same. How to create that? Let's bring this sales USD one more time to the value field area. New column added. Right click on the column header. Show values as. Exactly below to running total in, can you see a percentage running total in option is available? And when you go for this percentage running total in, this will be asking, where is the best field? Best field is the month only, first field. Yes, no need to do any changes. Click OK. And you see YTD percentage is ready. And when you go to the December month, is it matching with your revenue percentage column total?
Yes.
In the right track. So only thing is now change the field name, YTD percentage. So this is how people, the same when you do it in pivot table, people will love to see that. And trust me, when you present this kind of information, looking at your pivot table data, people will go and search in your source data sheet. Have you created all these things in the source table, or how you get all these things? There is no source data sheet records of that. So that's what we want. People should ask us, how did you create this? How did you get all these things? Make sense? Gives you value additions to the data.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right. So as I told you, once your data is ready, what is the first thing? Select your data and always give a feel of a table. So how to give a feel of a table? What is the keyboard shortcut, people? To apply borders.
Control T.
No, no, no. Pivot table itself, it is already in table.
Okay, okay.
So apply the borders. Alt H B A. H for home, B for border, A for all border.
What is the command, sir? Again, please.
Alt H B A. I have written again in the chart box.
Okay.
Now, as I told you, whenever you have a tabular data, the latest style says that the first column always has to be left aligned. And how about the rest of the columns?
Center.
Should be center.
Center.
Yeah, and for that, the keyboard shortcut. Alt H A C. H for home, A for alignment, C for center. Hope it is clear, people, so far whatever we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Now, once we have done with this, do you think that our work is over? I would like to take your suggestion. Do you think that is there any window to make some improvement?
Design.
Yep. So what kind of design?
Icons?
Icons. So where to apply the icons?
The percentage growth and YTD percentage or
What?
revenue percentage
How?
also.
Okay, revenue percentage. If you want to go for icon, how this is going to help you? Icons, it will be more ideal when you go for this column or this. The growth column, if I want to present it in the format of an icon. So I can go for home, conditional formatting, icon sets. I can go and apply this, right? But again, there is a problem. So what else we can do? Because whatever we did so far, anybody can do that. There is no extraordinary job. This is a simple pivot features were there. We have just navigated and we have just molded our data. That's it. So as I have been always emphasizing upon, when you are presenting your data, always make sure that your presentation is different from others. How? What kind of improvements you can do? Let me take you through. See, first 1 minute, watch my screen. I'm going to take the same sales USD one more time. Okay, I'll close this. Now this field, whatever I have, I'm going to create the replica of growth column only, nothing much. So here I'll go for right click, show values as difference from, then base field is the month, base item is previous. I got it. Now this field, I will name it as visual. Okay. Now visual, what I'm going to do, I'll go and select all this data. I'll go for home tab, conditional formatting, icon sets, and I'm going to take this triangle shape. But as I told you in our day two, this is not going to help me when you go for as it is applications of the icon sets. We need to customize according to the need. So how to customize? Going to home, conditional formatting, manage rules, edit rule. First thing first, data type should be changed to number because we are dealing with numbers, not in percentage. When value is greater than equal to, we don't want greater than equal to, we should be greater than over here. And the moment when you go for it over here, show icon only. This is essential. And when I click OK, again click OK, now my entire thing is ready. But what is the point of presenting the data, having growth over here, visuals over here? This is not the ideal way. So ideal way how it is, it should be adjacent to each other. So how to bring this visual column next to growth? See the beauty. I will go for my visual, okay? And there is an option called navigation. So four directions, one arrow keys comes up. This is called navigation button. I will hold this. I will drag it next to the growth like this, and it is done. See the beauty. So this is called value additions to the data. People will love to see that. So what we learned, same thing we have just applied over here. Make sense? Is it a value addition belief? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right. So this is what we have learned and we have implemented in pivot table and the data visuals we created. So one thing I showed you how to use spark lines in pivot. Again, we saw one more thing. the icon sets how to apply in pivot. And that's the story of our pivot table number 10. Any doubt, any queries?
कंडीशनल फॉर्मेटिंग आइकॉन सेट्स में कौन सा सिलेक्ट करना है
Second
प्रभास?
icon sets from that second one, if you go to
Yeah,
conditional
but it is
formatting,
showing me the arrows with the numerical
no,
value.
triangles, this triangle shape, three triangles options.
हाँ तो वही किया है, but it is showing me with the numerical values.
Okay, could you please share your screen?
Yeah, on that.
All right, then you have to select not from the first cell. See exactly the data points you have to select.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
from the second cell till the December. Yes, people, any other doubts or queries in our pivot table number 10, what we discussed?
Prabhas, can you tell me that the last one, what you did, the last, that arrow mark, what you did, no, visual.
Yeah, have you created a column taking the sales USD one more time?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, that you changed to visual.
Yeah, I did.
Did you take the operations of our show values as difference from?
No. I mean, I just created that visuals column alone.
No, how did you
Prabhas.
create that? Did you take sales USD one more time and you have transformed to visual?
Yes, that
So in
visuals.
visual,
I just created a column with the same values. Prabhas.
no, no, no.
That
You
visuals.
you did. How did you create that? Manually you created, or you have taken the sales USD to the value area and that
Yeah,
you have
like
changed
that
to.
only. I self USD. I drop down the below YTD,
Okay,
below to YTD.
right. So now in your visual column, what is that you see?
That numbers alone is there.
Right. Have you applied conditional formatting icon sets rule over there?
No, Prabhas.
Okay. So you select exactly the data as I'm selecting from the visual
Okay,
column and go to Home
okay,
tab,
okay.
Conditional Formatting,
Okay, icon
Icon
sets.
Sets, and the second rule, the three triangles are there. You can apply that.
Yes.
And once
Okay.
you apply this, again go to Conditional Formatting,
Okay.
Manage Rules.
Okay. Edit rules. Huh? Then.
Yeah, Edit Rule. And there you first change the data type to number.
Okay. Done.
And second one also, data type to number.
Yes.
In the first drop down the arrow keys, it is showing that when green color triangle will be applied, when greater than equal to will be there by default, you have to change it to greater than.
Yes, Prabhas. Done.
Finally, show icon only. These options to be enabled.
Yes, Prabhas. Done.
And when you click OK, you will be finding your visual column will be ready as I'm showing on the screen. But that will be there at the extreme end after YTD percentage column like this.
Okay. For me, everything is positive. Green is coming. Something is wrong. I think. But icon set manage rules. Edit rules.
No, everything
Um,
will never be positive. You just check. Have you taken the rule of our show values as percent, I mean, difference from?
show values. No, no. I selected that the monetary values is there. No, that I selected.
See, have you taken this option? What I'm showing on the screen, please confirm, because we are unable to show your screen. It's very difficult for me when the thing it has gone wrong.
Okay. 1 minute, Professor. 1 minute.
Yeah.
I'm just opening it.
तो बस मेरा अभी भी वैसा ही आ रहा है.
Screen share कर सकते हैं, no problem. Till Suresh is getting ready, I can explain you.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm opening
Now,
that Excel in the.
yeah, Suresh, just hold on for 2 minutes. I'm explaining something to Sudha. So once we complete, then we'll get back to your screen. Don't worry.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
sure,
Sudha.
sure.
Yeah, Sudha, not Sudha. That is what I told you. Denied. You have to select only the data points, not the blank cells.
I did that, but before that अभी जो आपने बोला न्यू
You
रूल
select.
वगैरह
You
वो
select.
सब.
You select now. You select now first.
Okay.
Yes, that's it. Then go to Home tab, Conditional Formatting, Manage Rules, Manage Rules. Yeah, Edit Rule. Then first you change the data type. In the extreme right, you have type. One type box is there, extreme right. Yeah, there you change to number. Again, number, the down one. And the first condition, no. First condition is showing green color triangle. When value is, there is a drop down. Green color triangle, down. Yeah, in the same
Hmm.
row, second drop down is showing greater than equal to.
Hmm.
You have to change to greater than only, not equal to.
Okay.
That's it. There is an option. No, not the second one. Not the second one. Only
I
the
got
first.
it.
Again, logical difference will be there.
Hmm.
So there is an option called show icon only. Exactly in the same vertical, you go up, little bit up. Yeah, that checkbox to be activated. Click OK.
Okay. Got it.
Right. Now again, click OK. Now
Yes.
visual column is ready. So keep the cursor and there you just drag it to the left side of yours. Hold it and drag it. No, not that way.
Yeah.
You take your, yes. See, for direction, one navigator key will come. If you take the cursor to the right side wall of that cell. Yes, that's the point you have to hold. No, you are in the dragging button. You are in the dragging button. Go up, little bit up. Yes, that's the point. Hold it and take to the left, next to the growth. Release the mouse. You got it. Okay, so I believe it's clear. Yes, Rish, are you able to see the screen? Suresh, able to hear me?
Prabhas, sorry, I was talking. But I'm opening that screen in the Citrix under VPN only. That is why it is taking time. Usually, I open in the normal local desktop only. Otherwise, you proceed to the next tab. So I'll once I opened, I'll ask you
Fine then.
that.
No, now we are going for a break actually. We are going for a break of 10 minutes so that you can have a little bit cup of coffee or tea, have a brisk and come back and we'll discuss the rest.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, friends. So we'll go for a break over here and we'll come back and discuss. So in my system, it is the time now 4:45. Again, or 4:55, we are going to resume our session. So I request everyone, please come back by the time so that we can discuss the rest.
Prabhas, are you there?
I believe everybody is back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes? Yes, Suresh, you are ready. Fine. Let's have a look. What is that status? Okay, you have applied over the, yeah, that is the first thing as I told you over there. Uh, you select your data completely, whatever it is there. Uh, no, that's, I understand. No, 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 no. Suresh, just hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
You go to your visual column header, visual column header. Right click, open the same. Show values as. You have taken percentage of no calculation. You have not taken anything. So go for difference from. Difference from. Yeah. Then go for base item previous. Previous. First one. Yeah. Click OK. And now it is ready. Now once it is ready, just hold the visual column. Take the mouse pointer to the visual cell. No, that's
Okay.
not the point to hold. That is not the point to hold. You take. No, 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 no. Keep your cursor down. Bring your cursor down. Keep it exactly on the visual cell. Visual cell. The header. Visual
Here.
cell is in the header. Now take your mouse pointer a little bit right on the right side wall of that visual cell. Can you don't fumble around. Just take the mouse pointer slowly to the right side.
Okay.
Mouse pointer to the right side. Yeah. Little bit left. That's the called navigator button. Can you see the 4 directional arrow keys?
Yes, Prabhas.
Now hold it and drag it to the left. Yeah, drag it to the left. No, you're changing again the pointers. That's what I told you. You have to be very careful about selecting that.
Okay.
Take the left.
It's not coming.
No, you hold it, it will come automatically. Go towards left little bit. Okay, do one thing. If you are really
Okay.
struggling, just see in the value area, come down to the right. In the value
Here.
area, no, value area, the pivot table fields,
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
come down in the value area, sigma value box,
Yeah.
sigma value, the fourth box where all the fields are there. Sales USD, where did you keep it? Sales USD.
Cells USD, I kept it in values here. Yeah.
Right, that is what I'm telling. That is the area. Yes, now you are in the right position. Okay. Now take this. Go down. Value is there. White after YTD percentage, it's showing visual, right? There is a
Yeah.
small
Yeah.
navigator button. You just left click on that. Left click on the visual. Left click. Can you see move up or move? Up, is there one option?
Yeah, yeah,
Then
yeah.
you have to keep doing that. Move up, it will go prior to YTD percentage. Just move up. Okay, again go for that, move up.
It's went wrong side.
Okay, no problem. You go down, just move down. Left click and move down. On that field, visual field, move down will be there. Perfect. Okay, you got it?
Yeah, yeah, Prabhas. Now I got it.
Now you have changed again. See, you should bring it after the growth. Your growth column is there somewhere after growth percentage. So you should bring growth in column D. That you have to align them
Oh,
properly. Move up. Growth column should move up. Growth percentage you are moving. Growth column should move up.
growth column.
Yeah, that's it. Now, okay, so this alignment you have to set it across the order,
Okay, okay.
right? All right,
Sure.
people.
Thanks,
So,
Prabhas.
yeah, welcome. So I'm taking the control back on the screen over here, and now let us see what else we can do with regard to our pivot table. So now we are going to discuss over here a beautiful concept. But before that, let us first go and create one pivot table. So right click on pivot 10 sheet name, move or copy, create a copy, checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot turns up, you can rename the same as pivot table number 11. And now, whatever the fields unwanted, let us go and deactivate all these things. So how to deactivate? In value area, there are so many fields are over here, isn't it? So I will tell you the best options to deactivate all these fields at once. Can you see in the column area, there is a sigma value over here, column area, sigma value is there. That alone you remove and all these fields will be cleaned. Can you see that? When you remove the field from column area, my value area is also cleaned. Then deactivate month. Now the first pivot table, what we have created, sales USD, bring it to the value area. Product description, bring it to the row area. Year, not years, year, bring it to the columns. And we got our first pivot ready. So please confirm you got your pivot ready. Yes, people, can you confirm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let us go and discuss what else we can do with regard to our pivot. So now we are going to discuss a beautiful concept of our pivot table is called dashboard. So how to create a dashboard using pivot table that we are going to discuss. But before proceeding further with dashboard, let's have a discussion on this point. What is the meaning by dashboard? You would have heard this terminology quite often in the corporate world. People, when you go and present with multiple files, they don't like it. They say, why don't you create a dashboard? If you are working in your team, somebody from the teammates, they say, hey, I have created a beautiful dashboard. When you present your data to your say your stakeholders, to your management, or to your vendors, to your customers, they also seek that you should present your data in your dashboard format. So what do you call this dashboard actually? Dashboard is nothing but it's a one pager window report, a single window report over here. Like when you go for dashboard, it should consist of three elements. One, there should be a drop down. The drop down will be giving a privilege to the user to select the variables. And once the user select a particular variables from the drop down list, there should be a tabular data. And once you have the tabular data in place, corresponding a charts and graphs or some visuals should be there. And when you have all these three elements, that report can be classified as a dashboard. So this is called our theoretical discussion. I am going to take you through some dashboards over here. No need to do anything. This is for your understanding what we are up to, what we are going to create, so that will be giving a clarity what is our aim, what is our goal to achieve. So just watch my screen. No need to do anything on this point. Okay. Now I'm going to take you through some dashboards over here. Say take an example over here. I'm going to take it. Say I have the data. So I'm going to take you through one HR dashboard. So kindly have a look on my screen. No need to do anything. So this is one sophisticated report of HR dashboard, okay, of organization XYZ. And these are the different departments you can see over here, or entire list is over here. And they have got 5 different cities, the presence, they have the offices, that list is also available. And last 9 years data we have taken to analyze. And these are the list of employee names over here we have populated. And based on that, some different charts and graphs you can see, line, pie, bar, column, everything over here. And some tabular data over here in this area, it is being populated. Now, how this operates, I'll tell you. If at all any point of time, I want to know what is the headcount trend of HR department. So I will go and select from this HR, and automatically this chart is going to reflect accordingly. See the beauty? If I choose HR, is it changing? Yes. Now, if I want to know in HR department in the city, Los Angeles, how is the headcount trend? So this chart is going to change. If I go and select human resource, Los Angeles, this is going to change. Yes, immediately it is changing. Now, if I want to see in human resource Los Angeles in 2006, how is the salary breakup? This is going to change, and based on that, this chart and this chart is going to change. How? Human resource Los Angeles 2006. And see the beauty? Is it changing? Yes. So can you see now? One end I am operating, the entire reflection is happening in the page. This is called your sophisticated dashboard. And to prepare this kind of dashboards, of course, it needs time. It's just a one-time investment. And to prepare this kind of dashboards, you need to have, first of all, the ample source of data. 9 years data. It's not a joke. We should have that. Then only we can play around. Now, 90% calculations, if you see your pivot table calculations only, nothing much over here. And to create some ready-made list and update over time, a period of time, you have to maintain all this list over here. And whenever you complete a business year, you need to keep adding those years. If any employee leaves, you need to eliminate. If an employee joins, you need to add those employees. So all these things, when you go and combine these three sheets, this is the output you can achieve. So this is called a dashboard. Okay. Trust me, for this kind of dashboards, people or companies, they pay a hefty amount. They pay 25 to 30K, they get it outsourced and they get it designed and they present it. But if you do something like this, definitely this is going to be an asset for the company, isn't it? I'm going to take you through one more dashboards, a sales dashboards I'm going to take you through over here. So kindly look at my screen. Now you can see again one page of report over here. You can see we have, and all the charts and graphs presentation is there, and below to that the month details, product categories, sales representative names, and the regions. Now any point of time I want to know what is the status of East Coast region, I'll go and click. the entire data is reflecting of Eastern Coast regions. Now, if I want to know in East Coast, what is the performance of our salesman, say Jenny Paul, I will click Jenny Paul. This is what the data or the status of Jenny Paul. So when I click a button, everything is happening. You can notice. So more or less, we are going to create something like this. And this is called dashboard. So now, hope it is clear what we are up to. Is it going to help you?
Yes.
Yes, Provas, definitely is going to help us.
Fine,
Yes, definitely.
fine. So we are clear with our thought process, what we are going to achieve. So for that, two rules you need to follow. Any dashboard, whenever you are creating people, two rules. Rule number one, alignment of the objects is very, very essential. Whatever the objects you are using in your dashboard, it should be aligned properly. Rule number two, you must have some colorful high definition buttons because that is going to add more beauty to the data, or that is going to add more beauty to the dashboards. So first of all, in our case, above to the pivot table, keep your cursor and go for inserting a row. So go and insert a row. How to insert a row? Alt I R, insert row. And to repeat the last action, F4. Alt I R to insert a row. To repeat the last action, F4. So create 10 to 15 blank row items above to the pivot table data. Okay. Now, once you have done with this, keep your cursor in the pivot table anywhere and go to your analyze or pivot table analyze. The button, whatever it says, depending upon your versions. And there you go, we have an option called insert slicer. So in day two, we had discussed about insert slicers in a normal table data. So now we are going to discuss in depth about the slicers in pivot table. So go for insert slicers and it is going to take you through a dialog box over here. And in this dialog box, you have got all the source data fields listed over here, no problem. But you have to follow a rule. What is that rule? If you want to insert slicers along with your pivot table, the fields which you have already taken in the pivot table, you should not choose as a slicer. Like, what are the fields already taken? Year, product description, sales USD. Those three fields you should not choose as a slicer because that will be amounting as a duplication of fields. So apart from those three fields, anything else you want to analyze, say I want to customer wise analysis, select customer. I want to do salesman wise performance analysis, select salesperson. I want to see region wise data, select region as well. I want to see month wise data, not months, month. So I repeat, you can cross check customer, salesperson, region, month. Is it selected? Please confirm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, once it is done, go and click OK. You will be finding four slices purpose, four boxes are ready. So here, what we need to do, we have to only select those slicers by the slicer name. We have to hold and drag and populate in that space what we have created above to the pivot data. So like I'll take customer over here. You can have your own order. It's not essential or necessary that you should follow mine. Whatever you feel good, you can take it also and just arrange it as I'm showing on the screen. Kindly arrange that. And once it is ready, please drop me a message in the chat box, Y for yes or D for done. Fine. Now, once we have done with this, though we have made our slicers ready, but it is not giving such a great look. So now we are going to do some cosmetics works with regard to our slicers so that it will be ready for the next level. So what can be done on this point? Let's see. Select one of the slicer. You can see one option or the tab in the ribbon menu. It is ready, naming called slicer. Or you might be having design, could be the case, or options could be the case, depending upon the version of Excel. Extreme right, you might be having that.
Options.
Okay, yeah, whatever it is, depending upon the versions. Now here you will be having the entire list of styles. Go for more button. It will open up with two broad categories, light and dark. And so far, if you remember, we are always dealing with light or medium only, correct? But today we are going to deal with dark since we are working with slicers. And I told you dashboard must have some colorful buttons. So let's go for this. Select one slicer, choose one dark color, select one slicer, take one more dark color, select one more slicer and take one more dark color. So now you see your slicers looks elegant, right people? So I am working with full screen. Anybody is having any issues, please unmute and speak. If you are okay with me, I mean, if you're
Prabhas, in Slicer, I'm not getting that table format.
no,
Sure.
if you select one slicer on your ribbon option, what is the last tab you are getting?
I'm not getting that. Slicer is there, one option is coming, but it is showing connection in this workbook, no connection found like that.
Because you are in 2010. You are
Oh,
in you are in 2010, but that will be working 2010 also. It's not a problem.
maybe I need to go design. Huh?
No, no. What I'm saying is, did you get this four slicers generated?
Yes, that I generated.
Okay. So is there a slicer naming called customer visible on your screen?
Yes, Prabhas.
Okay. Once you select the customer over here, once you select the name of the slicer in your ribbon
Okay.
menu, what is that last option you are getting?
Uh,
Even I don't see many options. I see options there, Prabhas. When I click on
I'm not
options,
getting.
right,
Can
nothing
I
else.
share my screen, Prabhas?
Yes, yes, no problem. You can if you wish.
Slicer styles, is it? Is that where you need to go? Okay.
Yes, yes. Slicer styles only. If you go for more button, it will open up with light and dark.
Yeah.
One minute. My screen is visible, Prabhas.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that.
Okay, so I selected this salesperson. So can you able
No,
to see
I
all
can't
this?
see your Excel. I can't see your Excel. It is showing documents library.
Now able to see?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you got the options. No problem. You can select one slicer. The extreme right options tab is there, correct?
Right.
Up,
Pivot
up,
table.
up one. You are in insert. You are in insert.
Okay, okay, okay.
Extreme right
Yeah,
options. Yeah. Now more option is there in the styles. Can you see slicer styles, various tabular formats it's showing?
yeah.
In the same window, buttons are there. In the right side, buttons are there. See towards your right. Towards your right, you are going left. Towards your right. One more right. Just no, don't so move so fast. See, slowly, go slowly towards your right.
Okay.
No, Suresh, you can see the tabular styles. Below to that, slicer styles is written, right?
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. On the same line only, can you see some buttons are there? Some triangle shaped buttons are there in the right side of that window, in the right side of the pane. Just take a little
Yeah.
bit. That's the more button. That's
Oh,
called more button.
okay.
You take the dark options out of that. Yeah. Select one dark. Again, select region slicer. Take one more dark color. Again, take month slicer. Take one more dark. Customer, one more dark. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Now hold on. Just
Thank you.
hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Just
Okay.
hold on. Be there. Don't
Okay.
don't don't come out of that screen. So friends, everybody is now ready with this step, whatever I have showed you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Pravas.
Okay. Okay. Sudha, how is your status?
Got it, Prabhas. Found it.
Okay. Great. Priyanka. Okay. Rupali.
Yes, Prabhas.
Done. Great. Fine then. So I believe everybody is now up to the mark of this. So now I am going to continue from Suresh's screen only. Is that okay? Can you follow that?
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Right.
Okay.
Now the next thing, people, what we need to do, though we have changed the colorful buttons of our slicers, but having this kind of vertical scroll bars, each and every slicer doesn't look good. So the next objective is we need to remove the vertical scroll bars. How to remove? Fine, I'll tell you. Select one slicer salesperson and
And
go to
then,
the, yeah, go to that same slicer tools options, the right side, the tab. Can you see one columns option is there, Suresh? Columns, columns, height and width, right side of your
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, height and width.
just above to that, columns is there.
Yeah.
Columns, it is showing by default one for everyone. Yes, people able to get that columns.
Yeah.
There
Right.
it is showing as default one. Increase the column number, make it three.
Okay.
Yes, Suresh, you can change it to three. You can increase the number. No, that navigation button is there. No, you can select, no need to type over there. You can just go and take that. Okay. Yeah. Now, yes. So salesperson, you have converted into three columns. So now you can see the entire variable, whatever we had of salesperson, it has been distributed to multiple columns. So it is up to you. You can take your call. How many columns you want to distribute, you can distribute that depending upon the variables. Now go to region slicer. Yes, Suraj, go to region slicer. Select region.
Region.
Yeah. No, no. Select the slicer. Region slicer.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, done.
Yeah. There also you make it three. The columns you distribute to three columns. Yeah.
Yes.
Now go to month also. Make it three. Right. Now customer, you can make it three. Customer is not selected. Customer. Okay. Huh. Now it is perfect. Now customer data is not visible. So you have got ample space in the right side. Take the customer slicer to the right side of our salesperson. Right. Now you just extend the width. width extend of customer.
Okay. I can increase the width, Subhas.
Yeah, you can drag it. You can drag it also from the same slicer itself. In the right side, you hold it and drag it. Right side, not the diagonal corner, right side. Yeah. No, you're going to again extreme corner, at the top corner or bottom corner. In the middle, you keep the cursor in the middle. Yes, that's the point. You can, yes, you can extend it. Yes, like that. You can even
Yeah.
distribute
Okay.
to, even you can distribute to one more column. The same customer, you can distribute to one more column. Make it 4.
I, make it 4. I can make it 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now again, extend a little bit more. Extend more. You have got space. Yes. Select and extend. Don't click inside anywhere.
Okay.
Right. Now take month little bit left because there is so much of space left in the month. Month let take little bit left.
Yes.
More. You have got enough space in the left side that you arrange. Well, from this, I'm taking the control back on the screen. In the meantime, Suresh, you arrange all those things.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, people. So I believe you are able to see my screen now. I'm going to take what we did. So first I have gone for customer. I make it 4. Region, I make it 3. Month, I made it 3. Salesperson, again, I also make it 3. Okay. Now, what are the things not visible? Customer, it's not visible. I can extend it a little bit because I have got enough space to work out. Okay. I have taken this. Region, it's also not visible, so I can take a little bit over here. No problem. I did it. Now, rest of things are okay with me. No problem, isn't it? Now, what I want to do over here is, once you have the slicer is on, go for select one slicer and go for Control A. So when you go for Control A, okay, all the slicers are in selection. Can you see? When you go for selecting a slicer and Control A, all of you are able to see all the slicers are in selection.
Yes, Prabhas.
Yes, Prabhu.
Right. Now, the first thing, what you need to do is in the slicer tab, the extreme right, what we are discussing, there's an option called align. There's an option called align. Right?
How to select? How to select actually? Slicer.
Select a slicer by the slicer name, where the slicer name is like customer, region, month. You have to keep the cursor and select by using the left click of your mouse. And then Control A. Right. Now go to our extreme right, the slicer tools options tab or anything, whatever is there is your extreme right. In the align option, first alignment, you need to choose align top. This is essential. First, you need to go for align top. And once you do the same, again go to the same align only, go for distribute horizontally. Now, why I need to go for distribute horizontally? Because between the slicers, the spacing also has to be uniform. That's what I told you in the beginning while going for dashboard 2 rules. Alignment of the object should be accurate, uniform, and you must have some colorful buttons. So for that reason, go for distribute horizontally. So our slicers are aligned properly. Can you please confirm? We'll go step by step confirmation.
Sir, yet I'm getting problem.
What happened?
Selection नहीं हो रहा actually.
आपने एक स्लाइसर को सिलेक्ट किया.
Can I share my
Please do that. No problem. हाँ आप तो एक एक को हाँ कर दिया आपने, ठीक है। कंट्रोल ए, जस्ट सिलेक्ट वन एंड कंट्रोल ए, कंट्रोल ए प्रेस करिए। हाँ चारों तो सिलेक्शन में है ही, आपका
Okay.
चारों स्लाइसर सिलेक्शन पे है ऑलरेडी, कंट्रोल ए
Oh,
करके।
okay.
हाँ तो सेल्स यहाँ पे इतना जो अभी एक काम करिए, ये थोड़ा गड़बड़ है। एक कोई भी एक ब्लैंक सेल में कर्सर रखिए, ब्लैंक सेल को क्लिक करिए, ब्लैंक सेल एक्सेल का कोई भी एक ब्लैंक सेल। हाँ अभी पहले आप मंथ में जाओ, मंथ को थोड़ा साइड करो, अपने राइट साइड लेके आओ मंथ को थोड़ा। हाँ सेल्स पर्सन को थोड़ा एक्सटेंड करो, नाम नहीं दिख रहा है, सेल्स पर्सन का नाम नहीं दिख रहा है, उसको सिलेक्ट करो, उसको सिलेक्ट कर, नहीं 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 नहीं। हाँ उसको राइट में ड्रैग करो, अगर ड्रैग ऐसा करना चाहे तो राइट में ड्रैग करो। हाँ अभी रीजन को थोड़ा पास लेके आओ, मंथ के पास लेके आओ। हाँ कस्टमर को भी थोड़ा रीजन के पास लेके आओ, राइट, कंट्रोल ए। हाँ अभी वो ऑप्शंस में जाओ, ऊपर जो ऑप्शंस एक्सट्रीम राइट में दिख रहा है उसमें जाओ, अलाइन मिलेगा, अलाइन में जाओ, अलाइन टॉप, पहले अलाइन टॉप जाओ, फिर से जाओ अलाइन में, उसमें मिलेगा डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हॉरिजॉन्टली, राइट। फिर उसके बाद क्या करना है, आपका जो स्लाइसर है नीचे देखो सब कुछ एम्प्टी स्पेस बना के रखा हुआ है कि नहीं?
Hmm. Hmm.
वहां पे होल्ड करो, हाँ वहीं पे बटन पे, नहीं नहीं वो थोड़ा नीचे नीचे राइट में जाओ, हाँ दैट इज द पॉइंट, यू हैव टू ड्रैग इट अप, लेकिन ऐसा रखो कि आपको फिर से, हाँ परफेक्ट, होल्ड ऑन अभी क्लिक मत करो, कहीं पे भी क्लिक मत करो। तो इस तरह से आपने वो ब्लैंक स्पेस हटा दिया, करेक्ट।
Right.
नाउ अगेन गो टू ऑप्शंस, फाइनल स्टेप, अलाइन के बाजू में ग्रुप है, एक ग्रुप,
Yes.
उसको क्लिक करो, उसमें ग्रुपिंग ऑप्शन जो है ग्रुप दिख रहा है उसको क्लिक करो। हाँ तो ये हमारा स्लाइसर का काम अभी खत्म हुआ, ठीक है।
Okay. Okay.
आप बाकी वेट करो, मैं वहां पे फिर से एक्सप्लेन कर रहा हूँ। Now I'm going to take the control back on the screen, people. So what we have left with, let us go and continue from that. Taking these slicers over here, control A, you can notice it is left with some empty spaces in the bottom. You can select this button over here from bottom and then go and little bit decrease the height of the slicers. And once you do the same, final step, don't forget, next to align, there is a grouping option. You have to group it. So when you group it, then only it will be turned into a single object. And this is essential. The reason is, if you do not do so, tomorrow while start working with slicers, it will start overlapping with each other. So whatever the time we have invested, formatting we have done, everything will go in vain. For that reason, we have gone for this operation of finally grouping all the slicers. So now, grouping of slicers is the process over. So slicers workaround is over. Any doubt, any queries at this point? All clear?
Prabhas, in the option, we need to go. What's that? Align top and
Distribute horizontally.
distribute horizontal. After that, we need to merge this all this
Not merge. We have to make a group.
group.
Yeah.
How can we make the group?
Next to align only group
Just
is there. Next to align only group is there.
yes.
That's what. Having the selection of all the slicers, then make a group.
Okay, but the alignment is not properly.
Alignment, what happened?
The size of this some difference is showing.
Well, that is what you have to bring it, right? The alignment, as I told you, the procedures. Once you select, then you have to bring it up. You have to reduce the height of the slicers. Then only you should go for the alignment and then align top, distribute horizontally. Now, if the alignment is not proper, Then you have to go for individually, you have to select and reduce the heights.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Prabha. I'll take it.
That you can edit from the recordings also, no problem. So that's not a big issue. That you have to bring out from your practice. So one time it's not going to over. One time you cannot do that. But this is what the techniques you need to follow. All right?
Sure, sure.
Right. So now, once we have done with this over here, people, I'm going again the full screen. Once we got this, now between the slicers and pivot table, some unwanted spaces are there. So kindly select the rows or the cells and go for Control minus. And when you go for Control minus, you have an option entire row to delete. Yes, click OK. Now my slicers are ready. Pivot table is ready. Right, people? Now, once we have done with this, as per the procedure, as we discussed for dashboard, one more essential element is based on the table, we need to have a graphical presentation. So keep your cursor in pivot, go to your pivot table analyze or analyze button, depending upon the version of Excel. And there you have a direct options called pivot chart. Can you see? Analyze or pivot table analyze. Okay.
Yeah.
You have a pivot chart, direct options. Click on that. It will take you to your entire chart family like this. And by default, clustered column will be there as a selection. Let it be. No need to do any changes. Go and click OK. So you'll be finding over here the entire chart is ready, no doubt. Now this chart you have to align next to the data and extend the chart width exactly in line with our slicer alignment.
Okay.
Sir, can you repeat again?
Did you get your chart?
No, sir.
Okay. Your cursor in pivot. Do you see analyze? Analyze or pivot table analyze? What is that button you have? When you keep your cursor in pivot, what are the last two options?
Analyze, analyze.
Okay, go to that. And there is a immediate right pivot chart is there. Can you see
Yes,
pivot chart?
yes, yes, got it.
Click on that. Click on that.
Okay,
And then click OK. No need to do any changes. Click OK.
okay.
You got your chart ready.
Yes,
That chart you hold and align next to the data
next to
and
the,
data, pivot table data next to the pivot table data. You watch my screen, you can understand.
okay, okay, yeah,
Then you have to extend the width exactly in line with your slicer's alignment.
okay,
Now the beauty of pivot chart is people, some ready-made filter buttons will be engaged over here. You can see like product description, year, you can see all these buttons ready-made we have. You will never find such kind of options, filter buttons in the normal course of our chart. This is exclusively designed only for pivot table. Okay. Now, once we have the same, what is the next thing we need to do? Let me take you through.
Uh, Prabha, sorry to interrupt, but I lost Prabha's. I'm not getting this. My actually, my pivot table itself is not showing. It is showing only one value. Only, I mean, Excel only showing. Not sure what's happened here.
You have clicked inside of the slicers, any of the slicer top right corner, just see. Any of the slicers top right corner, a clear filter button is there. Just keep clicking that.
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So whichever the
Yeah, now it's
slicers,
clear.
Yeah, whichever the slicers you have operated, you keep clearing that. Automatically, this will be showing 3, 1, 999, 253 pivot table grand total.
Okay, okay, got it.
Right. Okay. Now, once we have the chart in place, people over here, you can notice, as I told you, the ready-made filter buttons are activated. But having the chart alone is not enough. You have to again look around with the chart how to do the minimum formatting upon the same. So here, if you select your chart, there will be a design button activated immediately. Design. And when you go to the design button, there are a lot of styles around, chart styles. So go for the more button. This is called your more button. If you click that, take the last one. So whatever the last options from the chart styles, if you take it, it will be giving you some kind of shadow impact, some kind of intense effect, or some kind of glossy impact with regard to the chart area. Now, though we got our chart ready in this format, but the problem is inside the chart area, some unwanted grid lines are there. This is not looking good. So how to remove the same? To remove the same, next towards your right side of the chart area, there is a plus symbol. If you go to the plus symbol, it will open up a menu options where the grid lines option is active. You can deactivate the same. And when you deactivate, again click the plus symbol, you will be finding your chart is ready.
I don't have a plus symbol coming up.
If you
Yeah.
select your chart and little bit go towards your right side, horizontal scale, you take it a little bit right, it will be activated.
Mm. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
सर डिजाइन में जाने के बाद आगे क्या करना है? चार्ट चार्ट कहाँ से आएगा?
आपका चार्ट नहीं है अभी तक?
नहीं.
अब मुझे वहां पे रुकना चाहिए, 2 बार मैं बता चुका हूँ राजेश जी. ओके, तो कीपिंग योर कर्सर इन कीबोर्ड, आपने एनालाइज में गए,
गया.
पीवोट चार्ट ऑप्शन है,
हाँ.
उसमें क्लिक करिए.
I'm not getting that analyze button, Prabhas, after clicking the pivot table.
I'll come to that.
Okay.
So pivot chart, are you getting Rajesh ji?
Yes, yes.
If you click, entire chart family will be displayed on the screen.
हाँ, लाइन पाए बार. ओके.
उसमें कुछ भी चेंजेस नहीं करना है, ओके करिए बस.
ओके.
आपके सामने चार्ट रेडी हो गया.
अब वो तो हो चुका है सर. उसके बाद क्या करना है?
वही तो मैं पूछा पहले आपको कि चार्ट आपने बोला नहीं आया, इसलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ. तो ठीक है, आप अपना स्क्रीन शेयर कर लीजिए मुझे थोड़ा एक बार. हाँ, तो सब कुछ तो ठीक है, आपको ग्रिड लाइंस हटानी है, बाकी सब ठीक है, ग्रिड लाइंस खाली हटानी है. तो चार्ट को सिलेक्ट करिए.
नहीं, यहाँ पे
चार्ट
आप बोले ना प्लस साइन आता है, वो
वही
नहीं आ
पहले
रहा.
चार्ट, वही मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको, चार्ट
ओके,
को
ओके,
सिलेक्ट करिए पहले.
ओके.
हाँ, तो ये पिवोट चार्ट वाला जो फील्ड है उसको बंद करिए, ऊपर से राइट कॉर्नर पे जो, हाँ उसको बंद कर दीजिए. देखो चार्ट के बाजू में एक प्लस सिंबल दिख रहा है राइट साइड में.
राइट, ओके.
हाँ, उसमें क्लिक करना है. तो एक ग्रिड लाइन वाला लेफ्ट साइड में दिखेगा, उसको बंद करना है, फिर से प्लस सिंबल को क्लिक करना है, बस इतना ही करना. ठीक है, आपका रेडी हो गया. नाउ सुरेश, कैन यू जस्ट हेल्प मी विथ योर स्क्रीन?
Yeah, sure. I'm carrying my.
या राइट. Yes, you are getting the options, no? Because you are in 2010. See,
Okay.
your Excel version is 2010. That's why the name is options is there. Those who are in 2013 and above, the name will be analyze.
Okay.
So when I say analyze, you have to go to options.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
there is a pivot chart. There's a pivot chart right side. Yes, click that. And click OK. No need to do any changes. No need to do any changes. Click OK directly. And this chart, you take it, align next to the data. Right. And close this window. Pivot table field list box is there. Close that. No, select your chart. Select your
Okay.
chart. Yeah, that pivot table field is coming up. No, that you close it. Yes. Close that.
Okay.
Now select this chart. And little
Yeah,
bit
done.
take it close to the data. Little bit take it close to the data. Right. Now extend from the right side. Extend towards your right side a bit. Up to column N. No, no, no.
Up to column N.
That's it. Similarly, the same
Okay.
thing to do for your slicers also. Slicers is going beyond your window. Take your horizontal scroll bar, little bit right. Horizontal scroll bar, little bit right. No, 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 Suresh. Not chart, little bit right. Horizontal scroll bar, scroll bar.
I'm
See,
not getting.
how do you move from left right? The bar is there, no? The sheet tabs are there. There is a bar, not in the chart, not
Correct.
in the chart, in the window. How do you go down? How do you go down? How do you go down? Huh. That is what the bar. Towards your right side, can you see a bar is there? You take the bar
Yeah,
to
this
down.
one.
No, that is the filter.
Okay.
In the window, towards your right side, extreme right, extreme right.
Yeah.
This is called your vertical bar. Likewise, there is a
Okay. Okay.
horizontal bar also. There is a horizontal bar also in the
Yeah.
bottom. Yeah, that is called horizontal bar. Yeah, now you
Okay.
go and move up a bit, move up a bit. Yeah, the slicers also you align it in the column N only. The
Slice.
slicers alignment, slicer above. Your customer slicer is going up to column P or Q, it is reaching. You should bring that
Okay.
to also N. No, don't click inside. Now go to the horizontal scroll bar, come left, horizontal scroll bar, horizontal scroll bar. You are in the vertical scroll bar, horizontal scroll bar. That,
Oh,
yes. Everything should
okay.
be visible in one window. Nothing should exceed your window, not from the vertical side, not from the horizontal slide. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Right. This is the pattern you need to maintain all the time. Whatever the maximum things you can arrange in one window only, you have to take that. So I am taking the control back on the screen, people, again. And here, now the moment we go for this, though our slicers are ready along with the charts, but being a presenter, certain things you have to care for it, because so far what we did, anybody can do that. And what I have been always emphasizing upon is how to make our presentation different from others. For that reason, some unwanted things we need to deactivate, like in our ribbon, you see all these ribbon bars, this is not required anymore. Go for Control F1 to hide the ribbon. Control F1 to hide the ribbon. Okay, that is the first thing. Now, what are the unwanted things like this formula bar, row headings, column headings? It is unwanted. How to deactivate? See, there is a view tab. In this view tab, if you look at, there is an option called over here, grid lines, formula bar, headings, everything is checked, everything is on. In this view tab, everything is on. Can you see that? Could you please confirm, people?
Yes, Prabhas.
You
Yeah.
can you can deactivate all these three and see the beauty now. What kind of feeling you are getting when you look at your own screen? Is it giving a feel like a blank page is there, entire template is embedded on that? Right, people? When you deactivate all these three from the view tab, like grid lines, headings, and formula bar, are you getting a template kind of feeling?
Yep.
Yes.
Right. Now, once you do this, the final step, always remember, being a presenter, you should not take many more fields, many more information, many more pivot tables to your audience and showcase the same. The more the information you show to the people, the more the questions are going to come. So you have to stick to your window. What exactly people are looking at, that alone you have to keep under display. So you'd have thought of, okay, Prabhas, what's there? We can go and hide it. Now, when you go and hide, at least you have to pivot 11, you should keep it visible. You cannot hide that. You have to make it on hide only. You have to keep it in the state, right? Now, suppose say take an example. I have hidden all the rest of the sheets. And while doing this kind of operation, accidentally my mouse right click is enabled. So anybody who is in the audience side, he is smart enough to understand what is that. If unhide option is activated means something is hidden. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Now suppose say I am presenting something in front of me, my vice president is sitting in the audience side and he is looking at that. This unhide option is enabled. And he asked me, Prabhas, why don't you go to that unhide button and click little bit? Can I say no? Can I say to my vice president, sir, whatever you are looking for that is available in pivot 11. Why are you asking unwanted questions? Can I say to my vice president like this?
No, Prabhas.
No way. So what is the point then? My question is very simple. You hide just making an effort, taking time, you hide all those sheets, but a simple right click is making your unhide button enabled. Hide in such a way, nobody can unhide that. Nobody can even know that how many sheets are hidden. Where is your working? Where is your summary sheet? What is the sheet you are presenting? Nobody will know that. So what you are showing, people have to see that only. No further questions. That makes sense. Do you agree with me?
Yep.
Yes.
So now the thing is what we are going to do, we are going to deactivate the entire tab section, sheet tab sections we are going to deactivate. Now how to do that? Let's see the beauty. Go to file, go to the file menu. There is an options over here. You can see in the extreme bottom. If you go to that options tab, you will be finding one Excel options tab or dialog box is going to open. Everybody has got this Excel options.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, there is a tab over here, category called Advanced. There is a category called Advanced. And when I go for this advanced category over here, you can see there is a scroll bar also there in the right side of that window. Scroll it down. There will be a section somewhere middle you'll be getting when you scroll down called Display.
Yeah.
Section called Display. And within that, a subsection called Display Options for this workbook is there. And the third option of that is dealing with Show Sheet Tabs. And this option is by default on. Can you see?
Yeah.
Please deactivate that. And once you deactivate, click OK and see the beauty. So what we did, let me take you through the entire thing over here. First, we have gone for File. Then we have gone for Options. Excel options will be opening. We have gone for Advanced. Then we have scrolled down a little bit somewhere in the middle. There is a section called Display. Within that, display options for this workbook. Show Sheet tab options to be deactivated. And finally, you have to go and click OK. Right?
Yeah,
Prabhas,
Prabhas,
sorry.
yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So Prabhas, वो ribbon collapse वाला, I think I missed that. How do you make the ribbon go away?
Control F1. Control F1. Yes. Any other doubts so far?
Prabhas, why we have deactivated that, unchecked that one?
Now, once you click OK, you can realize.
I've done it, but what is the changes I could not differentiate?
If you remove the options, what
Yeah.
is happening on your window? Can you see my screen? No sheet data is visible over here. Can you see the sheets like pivot
No,
1,
we
pivot
cannot
2,
see
pivot,
anything. We cannot see
right?
anything.
Right. That is the reason why we did it. So people cannot see what we have created, how many sheets we have created, how many pivot tables we have designed. Nobody will be knowing about that. What we are showing,
Okay.
people will see that only.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Right. So to avoid the unwanted questions, and in dashboards, this is what the format we should maintain in the windows. That's why we have taken all these options. So now our dashboard is ready. Okay, people? Now, how this works, how this operates, let me take you through. Just watch my screen, no need to do anything. Here, I have created all this data. Suppose, say, take an example. My boss asked me, Prabhas, are you ready? Good to go. I said, yes, we can go and present all these things. Then he has greeted to all my top leaders or the global leaders. And then he asked me, Prabhas, start the show. So when I open the file and I'm trying to showcase all these details, my boss is telling me, Prabhas, we are not interested watching last 3 years data as such, just show us only 2016. So I'll go to my chart filter year. There is an option called 2016 over here. I can select and click OK. So only 2016 records will be displayed on the screen. Now suppose say, looking at the data, my audience side, my chief marketing officer is sitting over there and he's asking me, Prabhas, if this is the history of 2016, can you please show me the performance of salesman 5? So we have a salesperson slicer. We can choose
Prabhas, sir.
SF5. Yes.